It's also free to attend and explore the Talladega Garage experience. We encourage everyone who attends to bring a new unwrapped toy for Toys for Tots. Learn more at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Spend my days with the woman who got smoke my stuff and drank all my wine. Made up my mind to make a new start, going to California with an aching in my heart. Someone told me there's a girl out there with love in her eyes and flowers in her hair. Took my chances on the big jet plane. Never let them tell you that they're all the same. Oh, the sea was red and the sky was gray. I wondered how tomorrow could ever follow today. Yeah. The mountains and the canyons started trembling and shake. The children of the sun began to wait. Seems like the wrath of the gods got a punch on the nose and it started to flow. I think I might be sinking. Throw me a line if I reach it in time. I'll meet you up there where the path runs straight and high. Find a queen without a king. They say she plays the guitar and cries as she sings. La 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 la. Ride a white mare in the footsteps of dawn, trying to find a woman who was never, never, never been born. Standing on a hill in my mountain of dreams, telling myself it's not as hard as it seems, no.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Here we go now, live show. That's a wonderful cover, Rockstar. Everyone raving about that in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, including Laura, one of our great female listener. Great cover, Rockstar. Gives me chills every time you play that. So,
thank you, Laura.
A great cover there. Again, if we can make that show, our previous show, end every day about 3.5 minutes to 4.5 minutes short, so we get a Rockstar cover every day. I'd love that. Great way to start the day off. Hope you guys are having a fantastic Wednesday. We are here in the studio. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester. No Lunsford again today. He'll be back with us soon. We're all wishing him well as he battling a little illness at home. Tyler, the intern's here today, and of course Taylor Korn is out there working our social media platforms today. Go say hi to Taylor on all of our platforms at Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and everywhere else you get us. Remember, if you're watching us on YouTube or Twitch or anywhere else, thumbs up, like us, subscribe to us. We're looking forward to talking football with you guys today. Let's start off with a story that we touched on briefly yesterday. And I cast my ballot last as a Football Writers Association member. I voted on a lot of these awards. And last night I cast my vote for the Eddie Robertson Award. I got my ballot yesterday during the show, so I was telling you guys who are the 8 coaches that are nominated there. And there are a couple of guys that were not on the list, and I wanted to talk about them.
Can you tell us who you voted for? Or is that supposed
he
to
probably
be?
wrote in Saban, I'm assuming.
I mean, he got him to 10-2, man.
Saban was not one of the options. Yeah. But I ended up voting Sonny Dykes.
Okay.
I mean, it's hard not to go Sonny Dykes,
I got no problem
right?
with that. One lost team in the playoffs.
I think that's the easiest way to go.
Yeah, I went Sonny Dykes 1. I went Kirby Smart, too. I really did.
I got no problem with that.
With who he replaced.
Yep.
I went Jim Harbaugh 3.
Okay.
And I went Lincoln Riley 4.
So basically, you went playoff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a playoff guy.
Yeah, I think.
So was Ryan Day not an option, obviously, so you had to go Lincoln Riley?
And not being biased, I think you drilled one. I think TCU's easy. I think Kirby Smart deserves a ton of credit this year, losing 15 guys.
At some point, we're going to be discussing best coach in college football right now is Kirby Smart.
Yeah, no, I think that will come up, and especially if they can finish the deal and win back-to-backs. But I probably would have gone Lincoln Riley 3, then Harbaugh.
Well, that's one of the branches I want to get into here. Lincoln Riley was able to take so much of his previous job with him. You know what I'm saying? He was able to take the guy who's going to win the Heisman Trophy with him from Oklahoma to USC. So that waters down just a little bit to me what he was able to do, what he was able in this new era to take with him compared to Sonny Dykes, who came from SMU. He couldn't pack up SMU and take them to TCU and get them into the college football playoffs. Lincoln Riley took the Heisman Trophy winner and had him on the brink of the playoffs.
Yeah, but
that's why I slid him down a bit.
It's still a guy that only started half the season for Oklahoma last year and an Oklahoma team that went to the Alamo Bowl.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that technically Lincoln Riley had his worst season last year with some of these players that he brought over.
And Mike Elko, by the way, John Sumrall, Traylor, they were all on that list as well. Of the 8, I had the option. And I'll get into the people who were not on the list in just a second.
Because all I'll say about Lincoln Riley is the fact that Jordan Addison played all but one game. Am I right about that, Lance? 1 or 2 games anyway.
Yeah.
He missed some time. But still, he didn't get 1,000 receiving yards or double-digit touchdowns. And in the offseason, he was low-key one of the biggest names in the transfer portal. When he left Pittsburgh, I think a lot of people thought, man, Jordan Addison, this guy can change almost any offense in America with his receiving ability.
I heard that he made $4 million in NIL. I don't know if that number's correct, but if that is right, he basically made $500,000 a touchdown this year.
Yeah, I don't think you got your money's worth there.
No, you didn't.
But and Addison's going to be big in the draft coming up. He's one of the top receivers, according to Mel Kiper, when he comes out. But I think it came down, didn't it, to USC or Alabama?
It did.
It felt like it was USC or Alabama. And just you looking back now, what would it have meant for Alabama to have Jordan Addison this year. It would have been tremendous to have somebody that receiver in that lineup.
Yeah, I think it would have been a lot different. You know, USC, there was a lot of balance this year. Travis Dye was a big part of that offense till he went out, then Austin Jones. But, I mean, you had, Mario Williams came in from Oklahoma. You had Taj Washington already on that roster. So you had some playmakers. Addison, I don't know. He just didn't seem, and this is going to sound weird, didn't seem fully committed at times. But, if he was at Alabama, he would have been their pure number one. So maybe things are a little bit different with him and Bryce. I don't know.
Would I blow you away if I told you his numbers and Ja'Cory Brooks' numbers weren't that different?
Yeah. It would blow me away, but yes.
But they weren't. I mean, now he had a couple hundred more receiving yards overall, a little bit more per game. The touchdowns were about the same.
Yeah.
So he and Ja'Cory Brooks overall statistically made the same impact. Now, you can't tell me that secondaries wouldn't think they've got to cover Jordan Addison different than they got to cover Ja'Cory Brooks.
So back to the coaching thing. That's why I slid Lincoln Riley down a little bit. Sonny Dykes was easy for me, and then I started giving some respect. I'm that guy, because we talk about it so much, that is not afraid to give proven coaches a little respect for what they've done. That's why I went those guys 2, 3, and 4. I mean, they're proven coaches. Not on the list. Not my. I didn't have an option to vote for them, and there was a preliminary vote on who your coach of the year would, and then you get 8 finalists. At one point, if you cast that ballot on October 1, Lance Leopold of Kansas would have been in your top 8 at least, right?
Yep.
It wasn't there,
and he got paid that way though. Now he's making more than $5 million a year to be the head coach of Kansas, but you're right. He was your national coach of the year right about the time game day was there and TCU came to town.
Josh Heupel not on the list, and that's the one that is surprising. You go 8 deep and you don't get a Josh Heupel to even have an option to vote for the Eddie Robinson Award.
So mid-October, he passes Lance Leopold. Third Saturday of October, the win over Alabama, setting up that game against Georgia, he would have passed Leopold. He's your coach of the year in the country. Yep.
Going into the Georgia, we were talking about that. Josh Heupel is going to be your national coach of the year, maybe.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Lance Leopold was your national coach of the year up until that TCU loss, and then it swapped to Josh Heupel.
And I'll tell you who else would have been in the mix would have been Chip Kelly at UCLA. They had 1 loss.
Yeah.
And then they lose back-to-back games to Arizona and USC. But before that.
Yep.
But then we got to the 1st of November. That's where everything changed.
Chip Kelly, Dan Lanning was doing really well at one point. It sort of slid to the finish line.
Guys start losing games, And Sonny Dykes didn't lose any until the bitter end. Kirby didn't lose any.
And there's a lot of guys that didn't get their credit this year.
So a lot of, I think it was one of the weirdest years. I mean, it seems like it was hard to come up. In the end, it did not seem like it was hard to come up who's going to win the Heisman on Saturday night. It does seem like Caleb Williams is the easy answer.
No, I agree with that.
But at one point, it looked like it was chaos in the Heisman race.
I think for the Eddie Robinson Coach of the Year, I think it's kind of an easy answer as well.
With Sonny.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Kirby's right there just because of what he lost.
But you know a guy that was probably on your watch list, Dunaway, going into October and mid-October was Lane Kiffin. Don't forget, he had Ole Miss undefeated. Now, they hadn't beaten anybody, but they were undefeated again until they went and lost at LSU.
Yeah, Willie Fritz was an option at Tulane. He was the 8th one, Josh. Thank you.
It's hard.
Hard not to like Willie down there. I mean, 2 wins to 11 wins. That's a big turnaround at Tulane.
He's taking Tulane to a New Year's Six bowl.
Right.
I mean, it probably should be Willie Fritz, considering that.
Well, and
First one
way,
since 1940.
They've got a great chance of winning that game. And if they win that game, they could end up in the top 10 with 12 wins. I mean, that's crazy.
At Tulane, and he's going to stay there. That's what's nuts about that, really. I say that. I mean, I guess there's still some jobs floating around out there open. But, I mean, there's a good chance that Willie Fritz takes Tulane to a New Year's Six bowl, wins that game, and is still the Tulane coach next year. You'd almost never see that happen.
Yeah. So that's how I was voting last night. I was sitting there because, I read a lot of stuff, and everyone's writing stories about how upset Tennessee fans are about no Hendon Hooker in New York for the Heisman as a Heisman finalist.
I kind of agree with him on that.
And we talked about it a little bit yesterday. And then you double down with the fact that Josh Heupel is not in your top 8 for the Eddie Robinson Award. And it does seem like, Tennessee's still 10-2 this year.
That one loss
that's a big step forward from where Tennessee's been the last couple of decades.
Well, we know Clay Travis, a huge Tennessee guy, and he said, look, if you would have said before the season Tennessee wins 10 games, They're a top 10 team. They beat Alabama. They're playing in an Orange Bowl. I mean, every Tennessee fan in the world would have taken that.
Well, we talked about the offseason, about, the offseason darling. The hype train was all on Big Orange, was Tennessee. Remember, all summer long, Tennessee, this is the year for Tennessee. This is a breakout year for Tennessee. And we said, well, what meets that expectation? I remember the segment we did on the show, well, how's Tennessee? Can they meet expectations? What is meeting expectations for Tennessee? And I think across the board, we said 10-2 and beat either one of your rivals, Alabama or Georgia.
And I actually predicted them at 10-2, had them losing to Bama and Georgia, and they lost one of those two. I didn't see them beating Alabama. But, I just thought this could be a big step forward for Josh Heupel, as much as I dogged out that hire, and it turned out to be that. If I'm a Tennessee fan, not having Hendon Hooker there bothers me. I feel like he deserves to be there, but it bothers me more that Stetson Bennett is there for my same conference, and my guy's not there. There's no world where Stetson Bennett is one of the 4 best players in America.
Well, I saw Joel Klatt made a case for 10 other people other than Stetson Bennett who should be in New York.
Yeah, I mean
you can start naming them, and
Stetson Bennett's not the best player on his own team.
No, he
much less one of the 4 best in America.
He doesn't need to be there.
Yeah.
Well, one other thing that happened yesterday, that involves Stetson Bennett, and I will pass that along to you after LT tells us about our friends at Woodhouse. It's that time of year. I did this for my wife last year, and it was a wonderful, wonderful success in our house. I gave her a trip to the Woodhouse Spa.
Yeah, look, Rockstar gave Nancy the pregnancy massage just last year.
She said it was amazing. She waited till she was about 8 months pregnant, but she said she actually thought that was probably a wise decision because she was so stressed. I don't know if y'all remember how big Nancy got.
Yeah.
She got very, very big.
Those babies will add it to you, man.
I didn't notice she was glowing so much.
She was hoping to stay there longer than the allotted time. She said it was that good.
Yeah, Look, I mean, and their services are incredible. This Christmas, treat the special someone in your life to the gift of luxury. Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers, right off of Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatments, skincare, waxing, nail services, the pregnancy massages. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. That's birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift cards are a simple solution. You can buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa and tell them the next round sent you.
I mean, just because I talk for 4 hours a day.
Yeah.
And I play a role on this show where I am the butt of every joke, and it carries.
Oh, that's not true.
And it carries over into our real lives now, right? Like Forrester treats me differently now. Tyler, the intern, Taylor hadn't been here. She's barely out of college, right? She still hasn't settled her parking fees.
She talking shit to you?
She still hasn't settled her parking fees and the library dues at Auburn to get her diploma mailed to her yet. And she talks crap to me. But now you guys, our family in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Patrick says Dunaway saying he took his wife to the Woodhouse is peak Jimmy Awkward.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
she didn't have reservations, did she?
Hey, I'm sorry Maggie wasn't complaining about the length like Nancy was. Nancy wanted it to last longer.
What did she say to you?
Wow.
You wonder why we joke about it.
There we go.
All right. Jump in the Vulcan
That was
Tire.
a great line.
Thank you, Patrick. Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room over there. So yesterday, the coaches part, the coaches all SEC team, the people who know football vote, not the AP, not the media. There's a first and second team. We're a first team show. I never tell you about second team, but in quarterbacks, I will throw a second team out there. Hendon Hooker's number 1, first team quarterback.
Okay with that?
Okay, Bryce Young was pretty damn good, right?
Yeah, I would have him number 2 if I were voting. Yep.
Stetson Bennett's your second. Voted by the coaches. Stetson Bennett's your second team All SEC quarterback, the one the coaches voted.
Wait, in front of Bryce Young?
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
I know. I mean, again, he's not even the best player on his team. He's not the second best quarterback in the league. And it is just human nature, though, by these coaches. And I get it. Look, I get it. It's human nature to look at a guy like that and say, look, he's everything that's right about our sport. He was a walk-on that has exceeded every single expectation. He has done everything his coach wants him to do. Here's what the coaches probably love most about him. He understands his role in the offense, and he fits into that role and doesn't bitch and complain about how little he gets to throw the ball and stuff like that. He is a coach's dream, and Stetson Bennett probably is. So when the coaches vote, that's the way they vote.
Look, I don't think Bryce probably cares. This guy that won a Heisman Trophy.
No, he's going to be a top 5 pick.
Yeah.
I really don't know how much I care about this, but it was a good way to start the show, I thought.
No, it's a little, I mean, it's got to be annoying, though, when you look at this realistically, Bryce Young, in my opinion, is the most talented quarterback we've seen in Alabama history. Stetson Bennett's probably not even in the top 10 of Georgia quarterbacks all time.
Ooh, I think that's a touch of an overstatement there.
I'm going to go way back, Fran Tarkington. You'll give me that.
Okay, I'll
right?
give you Fran.
David Green.
Matt
Stafford.
3.
Aaron Murray.
4. About to get tough now.
Bobo.
Nah, he's better than Mike
Eric
Bobo.
Zier.
Eric Zier's 5. We're there. All right, you're halfway home, Lance. Going to need 5 more. Don't give me Buck Ballou.
I'm going to take a halftime break real quick.
Okay.
Let me get back to my other point.
The other 5.
After trash.
No, but, you look in the SEC this year, Bryce Young was still the best quarterback. I have no problem with Hendon Hooker being first team All-SEC. Bryce was the best quarterback. Hendon Hooker, either way you want to go there. And then after that, Jaden Daniels actually was better, I thought, for his team. Say what you want about Will Rogers. I thought he was really good.
So if you were Kirby Smart, let's be honest about this. You're Kirby Smart, and for the playoffs, you could draft quarterbacks from the Southeastern Conference. And how many do you think he would go through before you got to Stetson Bennett?
Probably just 2.
Hendon Hooker and Bryce Young, that's it? Okay.
Probably.
Well, that's 2 then.
Yeah.
I would take him over anything I saw out of Anthony Richardson, anything I saw out of any Texas A&M quarterback. Jaden Daniels I would take in front of. KJ Jefferson, definitely Will Levis, most overrated quarterback I've seen. Definitely Spencer Rattler. Definitely anything I saw play at Auburn. When you start going through it, he probably is 3rd in the conference.
I think I would put him at 3rd.
Yeah, I don't know. Will Rogers is complicated because everybody just points at a system that is so quarterback friendly.
But you guys will give me, even at 3rd, there's a huge gap between the top 2 and Stetson Bennett. And I've been a Stetson Bennett fan for years.
But I'll ask you this. If you put Will Rogers in the Georgia offense, what's their record? You can say it. You know what it is. It's 12-0.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, so you put Will Rogers in the Alabama offense, what's their record?
Better.
What's their record, though? Seriously, if you put Will Rogers
8-4.
8-4, maybe.
What about Stetson Bennett with Alabama's roster?
Probably the same.
Yeah.
8-4, 7-5. With those receivers? And there ain't no Brock Bowers running around out there for Alabama, my friend.
At least he would have chemistry with Jermaine Burton. Something Bryce struggled to have all year long. Our friends at the Pan Store, 7 great locations, perfect this holiday season for the fan in your life. Jump in there with them. Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and in Auburn, panstore.com. Oh, what are you talking about here, Dunaway? What kind of gift can I get at the Pan Store for the fan in my life? Well, first off, you got a female fan, a wife, a girlfriend, a daughter that loves Alabama, loves Auburn, loves UAB. Pan Store has specifically designed fan wear for the women. They've got game day hats for all genders, Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. It's all right there. Panstore.com. Panstore.com. Follow them on social media at the Pan Store, and we love those folks. Perfect this holiday season. On that all SEC first team, you get Auburn's Derek Hall. There's no Bryce on there. Hendon Hooker is your first team. Emil Ekiyor is the only Alabama offensive player on that list. Will Anderson, Henry To'oTo'o, Kool-Aid McKinstry, and Jordan Battle all make the defense. Those are all SEC first-team performers.
2020 was one of the best offenses we've seen in the history of college football. And to imagine, I forgot how many guys were on that 2020 first-team offense. I would say at least 5.
I'd have to go back and look, but
definitely Mack, Najee Harris, Devonta Smith.
I think Landon Dickerson was.
I think Dickerson was the first-team center. Yeah.
Waddle.
I don't know if Waddle was first team or not. Keep in mind, he was hurt a lot of that season.
Anyway, my point is if we could have gone back to August and you knew now that only one player on that offense, and it was an offensive lineman.
Yeah, I would not have believed you.
I would have said Gibbs probably, just because they're going to use him so much.
I would have still guessed Young because I didn't know Hooker was going to be that. Yeah.
I don't know about any of the receivers.
Disappointing year. Year.
Oh, yeah.
That dismal 10-2 record as Alabama heads to the Sugar Bowl. The times we live in.
Can I throw the rumor that I heard Rick Neuheisel say? The only reason I
Neuheisel's saying it.
Not right now, but
Okay.
let's do it in a whole segment coming up here right after this. LT will jump into something he heard this morning.
It's crazy.
On Sirius XM from our friend Rick Neuheisel, and it is the world we live in. We will get into that as we move throughout the show. Don't forget, Bud Light game night is tomorrow night. We're at the Battery over in Homewood, so come enjoy a nice ice-cold Bud Light, a special there, great food, and we'll celebrate football and another weekend coming our way at the Battery right there in Homewood. Had a chance to hang out with some folks from Adams Beverage yesterday. They were taking some signage over there to get ready for Bud Light game night yesterday. So make plans to come join us 5 to 7 tomorrow for Bud Light game night. Coming up in the show, our first guest is about 40 minutes away. Tom Luginbill will be with us. We'll talk about what LT's hearing in this world of NIL. Could a little tampering be going on? We'll talk about that on the show that's brought to you in part by our friends at Alabama Power, keeping you connected right now.
Indeed they are, Jim. And what Alabama Power wants to remind you is the ways you like to pay online: Google Pay, PayPal, Venmo, Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, all are accepted by Alabama Power. All you need is an online account. To get that, visit alabamapower.com/myaccount. Get started. LT takes us down the rumor mill next.
Tampering.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. Their trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
We'll take a spin in LT's rumor mill in just a second. By the way, the All-Conference USA first team yesterday, Dwayne McBride on that team, no joke there. Offensive lineman Sidney Wells and Tolbert also there on the first team, Wells and Tolbert. Wilder and Sterling Thomas on the defensive side. So 5 UAB Blazers on the first team All-Conference USA team right there. Our friends at Backyard Adventure want to make sure you're ready for a new year of great weather in the South. Be in the backyard with your kids. You can do that with the quality 100% cedar playground with lifetime warranties from our friends at Backyard Adventures, the best playground on the market right there. How do you find out about Backyard Adventures? You can go to this easy website, backyardalabama.com. You don't even have to live in the state of Alabama to go to that website, Atlanta, wherever you're watching us, backyardalabama.com. Find a location near you, or if they can come to your neighborhood, backyardalabama.com. They give you the Backyard Adventure Playground, the alley-oop trampoline, the goal setter basketball goals by anyone. Maybe get a trifecta package there from our friends at backyardalabama.com. But those Backyard Adventure Playgrounds, as I said, 100% cedar. They come with lifetime warranties. They set it up. They move it. It adds quality and value to your home to have that playground. And they'll even do landscaping and such with you. It's great customer service right there. Check them out, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com. All right, we're in the middle of the NIL world, the portal world. Some people who go to the portal because they didn't like playing time or the situation they're in. They're trying to get better playing time, or maybe leave a mid-tier or lower-tier school to go play with the big boys in the big time. And then there's the rumblings you hear about money and such, and LT takes us down the rumor mill road.
Well, it's pretty crazy. So on the way in, a lot of times I will listen to our friend Rick Neuheisel on ESPNU, and he's normally on there with a guy named Chris Childers. Childers was out today. It was Roy Philpott.
Roy Philpott, the play-by-play guy.
Yeah, and when I flipped them on, they were talking about Neuheisel was talking about Birmingham and what a great college football city. It's the best he's ever been in.
Absolutely. Just look at the TV ratings. I sent out some TV ratings.
That's what he said. He said, look, every TV on a Saturday is watching college football.
Do you know 40%, this is wild to me, 40% of the TVs in use during the Big 12 game, 40% of the TVs in use in Birmingham at Anniston, Tuscaloosa, that's the Birmingham market, we're watching TCU, Kansas State. 40%.
We love our college football.
Think about that, though. That's crazy.
We love to gamble on it. So he quickly talked about Trent Dilfer, who was on the previous show with those guys. Right. And he said, look, said whatever he wanted about Trent. And he said, hey, and I'll tell you, there's some scuttlebutt is what he called it. There's some scuttlebutt going on that, let me just ask you guys right now, who do you think the best defensive player coming back for this Alabama defense would be?
Well, Will Anderson's going to go pro most likely, right?
So and I think Brian Branch, Jordan Battle.
Yeah, but it would be the guy who's most like Will Anderson, Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner. You can make an argument maybe for Kool-Aid McKinstry. You can make an argument for some of those interior linemen, but most people would say Dallas Turner.
This is not coming from any of us. Again, I heard it on ESPNU this morning. Rick Neuheisel said the scuttlebutt is that Dallas Turner is being offered $1 million a year to go play for Miami. not your Dolphins, the Miami Hurricanes and Mario
About to say the
Cristobal.
Dolphins are pretty set up front defensively.
He's from Fort Lauderdale, so he's from that region of the country. $1 million to go back home to Miami. Did I miss Dallas Turner in the portal? Is he in the portal?
He is not that I've seen.
I think we got what you call tampering. I think it's going on nonstop with a lot of different programs. Miami has built a huge collective. It didn't pay off in year one for Cristobal. But the rumor is now he's getting offered this, and I would think with his, talent set that Alabama probably can match this. But the thing that bothers me, if he's even entertaining this, is it's fun for our show to talk about this transfer portal and NIL, but it seems like there's going to end up being zero loyalty to programs if guys are jumping like that.
This is, and I've got to think of a good example of this. Really good player at the top of his game, taking more money to go to a much lesser franchise. Give me an example. Can you think of somebody like that? I mean, really good player, top of his game, and instead of staying with an obvious championship situation, he takes a boatload of money and goes and plays at a crap franchise. You got
Russell Wilson to the Broncos.
Huh?
Russell Wilson to the Broncos.
How about Cody Bellinger last night leaves the Dodgers to go to the Cubs? No offense, Bobby, in Homewood.
I don't think the Dodgers wanted to be anymore.
Yeah, but anyway, you see what I'm saying.
Yeah, no,
right?
I know what you're saying.
Typical Alabama fan comment there.
No, I love Bellinger. I hated to see him go.
Go ahead, go to the Cubs.
Fact of the
Dodgers
matter, he
didn't
was a
want him.
Mendoza guy.
I mean, this is a 5-7 Miami team that was vastly underwhelming this year and embarrassing at times. I mean, they got absolutely embarrassed by some, like Duke. Duke embarrassed them.
Yep.
So just a really underwhelming Miami team where you're leaving a team that will contend for an SEC and national championship next year in all likelihood.
Yeah. Michael, no, Dallas Turner is not in the portal. That's the joke. If he's being offered, according to Rick Neuheisel, money from Miami, he's not in the portal. We're talking tampering. Wes makes a great point watching us on Facebook. Thanks to all the Facebook viewers today. Do y'all think players are jumping in the portal just to renegotiate their NIL deals? Heard it happen a little bit last year to a couple of people as well.
And it's hard for us to take shots on these players now that it is legal because coaches are doing it every single year. They're floating their name out.
Oh, yeah, coaches can't be the ones taking shots.
Where they can get the leverage here. The only thing I would say to a guy like Dallas Turner is back to Miami, they could even get bowl eligible this year with an established quarterback, what you think is an established coach. Again, I think Alabama had the worst season they've had in 15 years, arguably. And they were one spot out of the college football playoff.
But if I can just play devil's advocate, okay? I'm Dallas Turner, okay? And I'm not saying he should do it. I'm just saying I'm Dallas Turner.
Okay.
I've got to play one more year of college football. I am not draft eligible. So why not make $1 million while I'm going to play, or $1 million plus while I have to play college football?
So
why not?
If I'm his representation, or if I'm someone that's advising him, I show him the math difference between being a top 10 pick and being a bottom of the first round guy.
I'm gonna tell you, I don't think my numbers are going to change that much.
Oh, I think you're incorrect about that, Dallas. I think, at Alabama, the talent around you is going to be much better, which is going to make you a better defensive player. They've got to devote more guys to blocking the guys that they're having to block than blocking you.
Yeah,
And Miami, the talent around you.
A hell of a lot better.
Dallas, if you'll hush for 1 second, I'm just trying to help
you. If you would
you.
open your eyes, my agent, I need a new agent. In the ACC, I can run circles around those guys, and my numbers are going to go way up.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, it is a little nearsighted to say, why not make $1 million? What do you think Dallas Turner can make at Alabama? I mean, first of all, they can match the $1 million if they wanted to.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And
matching is one thing.
This could be what's going on. I mean, it could be just a leverage play from Dallas Turner. Again, if you're just jumping on, we're not making this up. When I was on the way in, Rick Neuheisel said what he is hearing is that Dallas Turner is being offered $1 million a year from Miami. We don't even know how that's possible because that is the ultimate example of tampering.
Yeah, I don't know. I assume, is there a tampering rule? You're our rule expert.
Oh, I'm way out over. I'm an in-game rule expert. I'm not and I'm not even that, but I am far from an NCAA recruiting and tampering rule expert. But yeah,
I will pull this for you. There's a major tampering rule.
There's tampering rules in the NFL. Miami Dolphins are paying a penalty for it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, even the NFL has tampering rules, and this is all perfectly illegal and above board in the NFL to pay guys for free agency.
Greg from Pell City is right. Herb was just 20 years too early on his breaking news. Alabama finally has a professional football team.
And the Auburn fans would say Alabama's finally admitting they have a professional football team.
Hey, you don't think Hugh Freeze is out rattling in that NIL cage right now?
He better be. So here's the thing about tampering. Do we need to do something here?
I mean, do you? Yeah, we do. But
Okay, let's do it. I want to say something about tampering.
Do you think Hugh Freeze somewhere he's found out today? Oh, Dallas Turner's on the market. Wait a second.
What we got? How much we got?
Do we have any draft picks we can give up?
No, I want to say something about it in a second.
Yeah, our friends at the at Hemphill will tell you that when you're on the market looking for somebody to help you with your cooling, your heating, or your plumbing, they're the best people to call. They've been the people Birmingham's trusted since 1954. LT.
Yeah, they are the best. And look, disaster can strike at any moment. When it happens to you, you need to call our friends, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones we trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. Again, as Dunaway said, for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090.
I would, and Jason on Twitter says Nick Saban has that number down to the penny, what it would take to keep Dallas Turner if he wants it, and that is true. The whole thing about tampering, and here's why everybody's like, oh, this is tampering. Yeah, but I mean, Mario Cristobal's not a stupid guy, right? Mario Cristobal's been recruiting a long time and working in the NCAA infrastructure for a long time. He knows what is and isn't legal. Much like in recruiting, you keep yourself, or in politics or whatever, in any sort of political scandal, you keep yourself at least one step away from the scandal, don't you?
Yes.
So here's how that works.
I call that the Iran-Contra.
Yeah, here's how that works. Dallas Turner played where?
Played at Alabama.
No, in high school.
Fort Lauderdale.
Fort Lauderdale. I'll wager a guess, without looking, that Miami has a kid on their roster from that same high school. Or a opponent of that high school that knew Dallas pretty well.
I would say you're probably right.
And that's where you go to that kid and say, hey, look, you played high school ball with Dallas Turner, didn't you? Oh, yeah, man, I love Dallas. God, we'd love to have him here. I mean, I was talking to Evan Shapiro the other day. He told me he'd pay him $1 million to have him here. That's how much we want him. That's how you get away with it. Because there is no rule against a player reaching out to another player on behalf of a team. There are rules about when coaches can do it, right? Or if coaches could do it at all. So it does look like something like this would be tampering on the surface, but to try to enforce that, that's why when you ask me, is it against the rules? Sure, it's against the rules. How are you going to enforce that? How are you going to prove that a Mario Cristobal or an assistant coach picked up the phone and called any player and told him, we'll give you $1 million if you want to come here?
Especially in this day and age where the NCAA is weaker than it's ever been before. We didn't bring it up to bring up NCAA rule violations or anything like that. In fact, I don't think there are any
I don't think
rules.
you knew anything about it. I mean,
no.
You just, one example back to Jordan Addison, who we talked about.
Yeah.
Remember how pissed Pat Narduzzi was at Lincoln Riley?
Right.
Because they knew 100% they tampered with Jordan Addison, and they gave him that offer, and they ultimately pulled him away from the Pitt program. And the NCAA didn't even step a foot in.
Yeah, didn't even show up in Pittsburgh.
No. Yeah. And the same thing's going to happen all over college football, and it's happening right now as we speak. We'll see if it impacts, as Rick Neuheisel, again, that's a Rick Neuheisel story from SiriusXM ESPNU Radio this morning, if it impacts a Dallas Turner or someone else.
I knew this would happen, Rusty. I knew this would happen. I preferred my college football when players were paid under the table. Yeah. Everybody used to bitch about that.
Yeah.
And now that this is happening, everybody's like, hey, I kind of liked it when I didn't know what was going on.
No, I just wish
I think we tried to tell you that.
I wish it was more transparent, though. Everybody talks about this is free agency in the NFL. Well, the difference is we know Buffalo offered X player $33 million.
Yeah, we know yesterday the Giants offered $360 million to Aaron Judge, and today the Yankees gave him $360 million 9 years to stay in New York. He was like, I'm getting $360 from the Giants. I'm going to take that unless you guys can give me $360. And they're like, okay, we'll give you $360.
Yeah,
and they're okay, I'll stay with you guys.
Yeah, but
I've already got an apartment here.
But you can't really enforce any sort of cap because most of this NIL stuff is coming from basically endorsements. Like Aaron Judge is getting $360 million over 9 years. The Yankees are limited into how much they can invest in that team. But you know where there is no limit? What Aaron Judge can make in endorsements in the New York market. It's one reason he's staying there, by the way. He can make a fortune, right? So Bryce Young or Dallas Turner or any other player can make all they want in endorsements. You can't limit that.
You can go endorsements. I think he gets as many endorsements as a Giant. But I can give you tax laws right now and tell you why I'm going to stay in New York and not go to San Francisco.
But that's my point. Like a lot of people say, let's cap NIL. You can't cap NIL because it's not the schools paying the players. It's the schools basically being middlemen between the players and businesses they are endorsing. And I use air quotes for those that aren't watching, endorsing, whether they're actually endorsing or not. That's how this is all set up. You can't cap that.
And Dustin's exactly right. If you're an Auburn fan, which he is, he says this just means we can get better sooner.
Yeah.
I mean, their roster sucks.
I mean,
and the one way you get better quick is the portal.
I mean, again, USC 4-8 last year. They weren't even competitive in some of these games, and they were literally a quarter away from going to a college football playoff.
And it wasn't just Caleb Williams. I mean, Shane Lee was a big addition,
oh,
right?
Yeah. I mean, they had a lot of those guys.
Yeah.
Travis Dye was huge. Mario Williams.
Yeah, absolutely. Garrett Riley wins the Broyles Award last night, TCU offensive coordinator. We will continue to talk college football. Some of you have comments about what we've been talking about, the Rick Neuheisel comments this morning about Dallas Turner being offered $1 million. We'll continue that conversation coming up. Don't forget, we're at the Floribama live show on Friday. And then again, Saturday is celebrating with Americans veterans. We'll be down there. There's the uniforms. Army's a slight favorite in what should be a really competitive game. Army and Navy from the Floribama. We're down there Friday and Saturday. Looking forward to that. And cannot wait to get down there. We'll tell you more about the Floribama a little bit later on. But that's going to be a competitive football game. If you want to make a play on it, you can do it with our friends at mybookie.ag.
That's right. All the college games, hardwood and gridiron, plus the NFL, plus weekly blackjack tournaments. You find all of that at mybookie.ag. Promo code next round, and you can, on a deposit of $500 or more, get a bonus of up to $200. That's promo code next round when you sign up at mybookie.ag. Promo code next round. Brand new deposit bonus designed for bettors looking to get their cash in and then cash out quickly. Experience sports in a whole new light. Make this season a winning one. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
Daniel in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room with our next topic. Jim Leonard available to negotiate. We'll talk about it next on TNR.
Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Shepherd says, old roundtable radio guys fighting with a wimp. We love player empowerment. Today's newfound Next Round guys, shit, it might hurt Alabama.
That is not true.
It's sort of true.
No, it's not true. I don't think it's going to hurt. I don't think he's going to leave. And I think it's just a rumor anyway.
Cowan Equipment poll questions every day. Let's send this one out, okay? Big basketball on Saturday. Alabama plays number 1 Houston. Auburn plays Memphis and Atlanta, and UAB plays West Virginia and Morgantown. 3 great local basketball games. Are our teams 3-0, 2-1, 1-2, or 0-3 this weekend? It's a Cowan Equipment poll question. Your gut feeling right now: 3-0, 2-1, 1-2,
1-2,
1-2.
Alabama loses, Auburn wins,
and UAB loses.
If I had to predict your gut right there. Yep. Alabama won that game against Houston last year. This is as good as or better Houston team on the road.
I'm naive, but I'm going to say 3-0, baby. 3-0.
Did Sasser play last year against Alabama?
I can't remember.
I think he did.
I think he did.
Yeah.
I think he got hurt early in that game. Or in foul, he was in foul trouble the whole game.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information. Somebody asked me what I thought that number would be, and I said Houston 5.5.
Yeah, basketball lines usually day before on Friday we get the Houston number.
It is getting, I was watching Illinois, Texas last night. Billis was already talking it up. He and Dan Schulman are going to have that game.
It's on ABC.
Yeah, Billis is going to have the game Saturday morning.
Yeah.
What time's that game?
Or Saturday.
2 o'clock Saturday.
Afternoon. Yeah.
2 o'clock, right during what we like to call the Army-Navy game.
I will be watching Army-Navy.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll have a little...
we can have a screen on the side.
Little eyeball on Alabama. Maybe it'll be my phone right here.
We can work that.
I got a big phone, though. We can watch.
Congratulations.
We can all watch this, man.
I am really excited. Like, I want to watch that game. I kind of wish it was on Friday night.
Yeah, me too.
But I am really excited about hanging out with all of these veterans that come in because
me too.
People continue to talk about you're going to be overwhelmed with how many veterans will show up at Floribama on Saturday for that game.
That's why we're there, to celebrate the veterans as well. University of Montevallo, if you're looking for a place for your son or daughter to go to school, make it Montevallo. Want to continue that athletic career? You can do that with 21 NCAA Division II scholarship sports, beautiful campus, great academics. Check them out, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu, and get an in-person tour right now. Really wonderful institution there at the University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu. Jim Leonard making the announcement last night he will end his time at Wisconsin. I think it ends up being 281 games, counting his playing career and coaching and grad assist and all that. 281 games for Wisconsin in his life, and that's a lot. and he will now be leaving Wisconsin after they play in this meaningless bowl game coming up. And now he becomes a hot commodity as a defensive coordinator. Some people are saying he's off to the NFL. Where do you think Jim Leonard is? He somebody you'd be interested in a place like Auburn or Tuscaloosa or somewhere like that?
Yeah, anybody looking for a defense coordinator, and it's just kind of sad the way this went down. I understand Wisconsin gave him an opportunity in 7 games as an interim coach to get it done. He went 4-3, but this is a guy that absolutely loves his school. He wanted that job, but they were able to get Luke Fickell, and that is a proven commodity. So I don't blame Wisconsin. I don't blame Leonard for moving on. But he would be a major addition. This is a guy that played in the league for 10 years, was a great collegiate player. Once he started out as a defensive coordinator, he studied under Aranda. Then you had Justin Wilcox take over. Wilcox goes to Cal. He becomes a full-time DC. And in year 1, he's a Broyles Award finalist. And I think we just got numb to Wisconsin's offense was so bad and their defense had to carry them every game. But I think we forget how dominant those defenses were at times.
This is, I guess, surprising in a sense and not surprising. Surprising in that he had already indicated he was going to stay. And then not surprising in that you were the interim coach. It seemed like your guy got fired just so you could be elevated to coach and then you don't get the job. I'm with you. I don't blame him. They went Luke Fickell. He's a proven commodity. I saw some speculation last night that you might even see Jim Leonard in the NFL, that this might be a time where he tries his hand at the NFL. I don't know what drives the guy, but he is a big free agent.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he could be a big NFL guy. He's number one on my target list. If Pete Golding is moving on to do something else, whatever Pete wants to do, if Nick says it's time for change, whatever that relationship ends up being, if Pete isn't back, if Pete comes back, I'm fine with that too. But if he doesn't, and you can't get Jeremy Pruitt, Jim Leonard is number one on my list. Jeremy Pruitt would be it, but I don't know if there's too much baggage. If you can't get Jeremy Pruitt, then I would love Jim Leonard.
And one thing we've never seen Jim Leonard have at his disposal is 5-star guys. We tend to forget that Wisconsin brings in like 2- and 3-star guys they develop. But if you watched USC on Friday night, and I know most people did, the 25 missed tackles, as far as their assignments, they were where they needed to be. They just couldn't tackle. That is the complete opposite of a Jim Leonard defense. This defense is always sound. They're fundamentally sound. They make tackles, and I think with 5-star talent, Jim Leonard could really put together a wrecking crew.
A couple of NFL announcements yesterday. Owen Popo of Auburn is off to the NFL. He has been one of the more consistent guys since day one down at Auburn. He's going to the National Football League. And Devin Achane is leaving Texas A&M. That guy he was the offense anytime he was playing all season long for the Aggies. And, I thought maybe he'd be a portal guy, but he's seen the opportunity to jump to Texas, from Texas A&M to the NFL now. He'll have the NFL is a space game. He'll have a field day in the National Football League.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, I think he's one of those guys, much like Christian Kirk, who in the offseason signed a ridiculous deal with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Probably has never lived up to his potential. But some of these A&M guys that have better careers after they leave, I think Achane's one of those guys.
Yeah, I'm with you. His game seems like it's going to be better in the NFL offense than it was in that decrepit old Jimbo Fisher offense.
But he got it done every week. It seemed like he was a DraftKings stud. He was always a fair price guy that I'd love playing out there. All right, so that's some of the stuff going on in college football. Brown's going to tell you about Greystone Chiropractic, and then we take a little moment to remember the bombing of Pearl Harbor back in the day, and it just dawned on me last night something about the passage of time and how I'll explain it to you after Brown tells you about Greystone Chiropractic.
It feels like an awkward transition right here, but before we talk about the bombing of Pearl Harbor, a reminder of Christmas gifts. Well, I'm just pointing that out. Sorry, Jim. Christmas gifts, good idea. You look for those unique ideas for Christmas gifts. Ladies, how about a cryotherapy package at Element Wellness Center in Greystone for your man? 10 sessions, $350, savings of $50. Great, thoughtful idea. Gentlemen, your ladies love a wellness infusion package, 3 Myers cocktail vitamin infusions for just $397 of savings as well. These are unique Christmas gifts from Element Wellness. More info, elementwellness.me, elementwellness.me. They're located under the same roof as Greystone Chiropractic, just off 280-119 in Tattersall Park.
So let's say you're 58, 59, 60, somewhere around there, and you're watching our show today, or 50, little less than 58, but you're in that neighborhood of 58. You're as close when you were born to the bombing of Pearl Harbor as 2001 is right now. Or let's do this. That's not far. We all remember what we were doing in 2001, right?
These things they mind F me every time.
Yeah.
One of these things
I had to sort that one out for a minute. I got it now.
But
so
I
if you're
remember
58 years old, on your birthday, Pearl Harbor was just, and there are a lot of people who are watching right now, but if you're 50 that are in that age group, but if you're 58, with the day you were born, your parents were as removed from the Pearl Harbor bombing in the start of World War II for the United States as we are right now from the bombing of the trade centers.
Yeah. And
you
always think you always think, there'll never be a day when people don't stop and remember that day. You probably thought it about D-Day. You thought about it about Pearl Harbor Day. We thought about it about 9/11. And those days just lose I got to be honest with you. I'd forgotten about it until I saw it on Twitter this morning.
Yep.
It's not something I stop and think about. But, boy, when you're alive, then you're like, boy, as long as there's an America, we'll stop for this day, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll remember this.
And we'll be spending time with some great veterans. A few from that war. They are the greatest generation, and we look forward to being down on the coast with the great veterans this weekend from the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and all the branches of our service who will be watching Army Navy this weekend at the Floribama. We are so looking forward to that trip. When we come back, Tom Luginbill jumps back in and talks a little college football with us. That's Tom Luginbill on the other side right here on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Insurance premiums are increasing on your home, your automobile, and your business like never before. And having just one company as an option can cost you thousands of dollars each year. I'm Tyler Watts with Tyler Watts & Associates. We're an independent insurance agency and represent over 50 companies such as Nationwide, Progressive, Allstate, Travelers, just to name a few. Finding an affordable option with A-plus rated companies is what we do for our clients. Don't be held captive to just one company. Let me and my staff help you today. Call me at 205-664-4444. That's 205-664-4444.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And as always, we're powered by the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios and our friends at Ghost Energy. If you're looking for a little pick-me-up today, Ghost Energy drinks will let that happen. We're about to talk to Tom Luginbill as I glance over to the preview screen. Fully clothed today, Tom Luginbill will be joining us. What a fun, if you missed it last week, Luginbill in the hot tub was just great television. And I had so many people at Bud Light Game Night last week who said, I hated I was on the audio platforms and not on the video platforms. I had to go back and look just to see Luginbill in the hot tub to see if it was legit or you guys were playing Mind Theater.
What was great is every now and then that left lens on his glasses would get all fogged up.
I know. It's a hot tub. It's right there in the name. Luginbill with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's presented each week by ATIX, AAATix.com, 822-7382. Your tickets to Bama, K-State, down in New Orleans, and also all the basketball games coming up at all the schools in our state right there at ATIX. What's up, Lugs? How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing really, really well. Hope you are too.
Doing fantastic. Thanks a lot. Do you want to recite all the names that are in the transfer portal, or can I just ask you a question about it?
Oh, no. I mean, how long is your show? So I figured you probably just ought to ask me a question.
Hey, on that, no joke, when I watched it last night, it's 4 hours long, HBO, but Eminem, during his induction speech, read every rapper that influenced him growing up, and he had them alphabetized, and I promise you, it was 4 pages, and he went through the A's, the B's, and there were a lot of B's. I mean, it just went. He's just like, the crowd. You could hear him starting to get restless. He's like, I'm about a third of the way through.
I got some more.
And he read them all, and he read them all. It was all of them. It was pretty awesome, I guess. But we do not want you to recite the entire 1,000 people in the portal.
Yeah, is there
good?
Give me a couple though that you've seen in there that could be a game changer for even like an Alabama or an Auburn or somebody like that.
All right. So the first thing I thought that came to mind when I saw Spencer Sanders go into the transfer portal was, 1, that he's using the extra year of eligibility, and number 2, it would look awfully good in a Hugh Freeze offense.
Oh, wow.
I mean, when you marry Spencer Sanders and that skill set, and what we've seen in the past from Hugh Freeze's iterations, but what we saw with Malik Willis. And even though it's just a one and done type scenario, what if it helps you get off the mat, right? What if it helps you accelerate the improvement of the program, generate some momentum? I like that marriage between offensive identity and the skill set, and a guy that's played a lot of football, been highly successful. You know, when I look at all the names and I see guys in there, you know, it's hard to find like top tier corners or a top tier offensive tackle or, you know, somebody that everybody would just be fighting and scrapping over. But Dason McCullough at Indiana may be one of those guys. He may be the one edge rusher that most of the upper to higher tier teams that recruited and come out of high school will actively be pursuing, because you just don't see a lot of difference makers as pass rushers that are in the transfer portal that has been as productive as he has in a short period of time. So, you know, the one thing I don't like seeing, guys, and I don't know how you feel about it, if you've talked about it today, I understand that the value of earning a degree, and it is so important, and that the graduate rule transfer applies. If you've graduated, you got your degree, transfer anywhere you want to go, and you're immediately eligible. But I don't like the fact that you can transfer as an undergrad and then transfer again and again and again, the way JT Daniels is attempting to do this, because I think eventually the program's not the issue. Maybe you are. And I wish that we could come up with a way to eliminate that part of it.
Hey, let me ask you about Deion to Colorado. Two parts here, Luginbill. Do you think in the next 3 years it'll be more Lincoln Riley at USC or more what we saw Miami, Mario Cristobal? Second part, how good is his kid at quarterback, Shedeur?
So the answer to the first part entirely revolves around whether or not Colorado has guaranteed and put into writing to Deion Sanders and his coaching staff that they will lessen or eliminate the transfer portal restrictions that they have towards incoming transfers as it relates to transferable credits counting towards a degree. That's the biggest issue. It's the biggest problem right now at Colorado. If he's been assured that that's going to be corrected, then it will probably lean closer to Colorado. No, I don't think it's 10, 11 win type of SC in year one. That's to answer the first part of the question. The second part of the question is, yeah, I think Shedeur Sanders, we had him graded out as a Power 5 player coming out. If his dad had not taken the Jackson State job, I think he would have probably I don't think he would have stuck with FAU. I know he was committed there for a while, but he's a Power 5 level talent. The issue that you're going to run into, and I appreciate what Deion Sanders is trying to do here. He's setting a tone. He's letting you know if you don't want to compete, then you just go into the portal right now, and I get that. But when you're in your introductory press conference and your son's with you, and you point at your son and say, hey, that's your quarterback, you're essentially telling the rest of the quarterbacks there's not going to be a competition. And so what are they going to do all of a sudden if you've got Shedeur Sanders there and all the other quarterbacks walk out the door? So, you know, I think there's some things that got to be massaged here over time. Entirely different realm than the one he's been living in at Jackson State. But again, long way of getting to it. You fix the transfer rule at Colorado, you have a chance. If you don't, you don't.
And it looks like he is attacking that coaching staff through the eyes of recruiting. Tim Brewster is known as a good recruiter, right? And then Willie Taggart he's built his whole reputation on recruiting. If he's able to get Taggart to go and join Brewster, I mean, that's pretty good on traditional recruiting as well. Is that correct? I mean, you know those guys.
Yeah, it should be. I think that, you know, in today's day and age, you hire recruiters first, X's and O's second. Especially if you have some elder statesmen on the staff that can bring the young guys along from a coaching perspective. But it's all about recruiting right now. It's all about social media. It's all about interaction. It's all about relationships and how relevant you are and do you resonate with kids. I kind of jokingly said to somebody the other day, I said, I understand the whole social media aspect of this for Deion and how much that's really, really worked. But also be careful that you don't video yourself too much to the point where you inadvertently put a violation on film. It's like at some point or another, you got to keep some things tight to the vest or close to the vest in your efforts in recruiting.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Luginbill with us each week courtesy of ATIX, AAATIX.com or 822-7382. Your Bama K-State tickets if you want to go to the college football playoff. If you're looking to go over and watch Georgia play in the Peach Bowl. All the basketball tickets right there at ATIX, AAATIX.com or 822-7382. If Clemson had gone to Cade Klubnik earlier, do you think they'd be in the playoffs right now based on what you saw him do in the ACC championship game against North Carolina?
Absolutely. I think Dabo Swinney cost them a college football playoff berth this year. And I understand that he's always been a staunch supporter of every one of his players, and he's always been somebody that has believed in his players, has defended his players, but he's also responsible to 84 other guys, not just one. And I know DJ's a really good kid, but I think what we see is what we get. That was evident really midway. It was really the Syracuse game that really kind of reared its ugly head, because they were going along and they looked like they were improved. DJ looked like he was improved, but I don't know if they were necessarily winning because of him. And from the Syracuse game on out, there were so many opportunities to just insert Cade Klubnik and move forward, and they didn't do it, and I think it cost them a playoff berth. Now, do I think this particular Clemson football team is a playoff caliber team? I think that's really debatable. I would probably lend to say no. But if you would have been a one-loss or an undefeated ACC champ, you're going.
Let me ask you your thoughts on a couple of quarterbacks that didn't have good years this year. One was based on an injury, but had really good 2021s in the ACC, now in the portal. Brennan Armstrong and Devin Leary. What do you think about those two guys, and what are good fits for them?
So I think Brennan Armstrong, he would be another great fit with Hugh Freeze. I think he's going to be highly coveted, because you got to realize what he had done in 2 years prior to this last fall was really remarkable. It's not like, they've got good players. They don't have elite players on offense. So obviously there was not a match there with Tony Elliott in the offensive scheme. Robert and I obviously had done a great job. He's now at Syracuse. I believe that Brennan Armstrong will be highly coveted. I think with Devin Leary, a lot of people are going to really scrutinize whether or not he got any better this year. Prior to the injury, was he any better? Did he grow? Did he develop? Did he have the type of year that a lot of people were expecting from him based off of 2021? I think if you ask most people, they'd say, no, I don't think he hit the level that we were expecting him to. And I think he needs a certain type of offensive scheme. I don't know if he's going to be a guy like I look at him and I say, well, why wouldn't you go take a look at Mississippi State? You're not a runner. All right. You've played a lot of football. It's an air raid system. I think that could be a good mix. So I think a lot of them have to find what is the right fit for their skill set.
I'm interested in your thoughts on two corners that are in the portal today. One of them is a former five-star guy in Denver Harris, who is leaving Texas A&M with some baggage. But I remember us talking about Tony Grimes when he was going to North Carolina, and how he was reclassifying and was going early and all of that. What kind of guy can Tony Grimes be in the portal? Does he have good football ahead of him?
I think so. He was injured late in the year, and he's banged up for most of the year. He didn't play in the NC State North Carolina game, which I had. Didn't start. He was a late scratch. But again, he's tall. He's got long arms. He was coveted by everybody. He has enough sample size on film to garner a lot of attention. Now, Denver Harris is of equal talent, much younger, far less experienced. But again, tall corners aren't standing on every street corner. And I look at, the 1,000+ kids or whatever it is, and you start to look at those premium positions, right? You're not really, you can find a running back, you can find a receiver, but corners, pass rushers, offensive tackles, quarterbacks that truly upgrade your team, the portal's not chock full of all of those guys. But I do think that those types will be highly coveted. And here's what we got to remember, guys. Look at the numbers. Here's the part that bothers me about all this. Nobody's doing the math. Since the 2019-2020 cycle, over 19,000 players have gone into the transfer portal, and 40% of that 19,000 has actually signed somewhere. So understand the grass is not always greener, and you better find a chair when the music stops, because the numbers are not in your favor.
I want to ask you, Tom Luginbill with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com, presented by ATIX, 822-7382. I want to ask you about a coach that's in a sense of the transfer portal, and that is Jim Leonard after this bowl game. If Hugh Freeze hired him as his defensive coordinator, if Pete Golding moves on and Alabama hires him, is that an automatic slam dunk hire from what you've seen with Leonard at Wisconsin?
From an X's and O's perspective, I think absolutely. I think if there's a criticism or if there's a, okay, well, how's this going to fit? It's going to be a lack of knowledge of the recruiting base, right? And we've seen criticism of that before. Doesn't mean it can't be done. Doesn't mean that you can't pull it off. Let's not forget Nick Saban was in Toledo and East Lansing and very, very quickly adapted to Baton Rouge. I was actually surprised Jim Leonard wasn't the top target for Cincinnati. I would be interested to see if he's a target for Louisville.
Yeah.
He's a really, really good football coach. And I think from an X's and O's perspective, a work ethic perspective, he'd be a home run for a lot of people. You just got to examine those guys that are coming out of that conference or any other conference going into the Southeast portion and the competitive nature of recruiting, where basically all the players, by and large, are residing. How quickly do you hit the ground running in that regard?
Hey, one quick matchup from the college football playoff. I think it's fascinating that we get Ohio State sneaks in, and now Georgia gets rewarded playing 4-seed Ohio State. We know Smith and Jigba's not going to play, but if they get healthy, what kind of chance do you give Ohio State against Georgia?
Well, I think they'll be well prepared. I think where I give them a solid chance because they've got talent across the board. I think having that experience against Michigan will actually help them because you're going to see as physical a style of game, if not more so, from Georgia. So you know exactly what you're getting into. But I think in this equation, the one thing that benefits Georgia is they're not having to defend a dynamic runner at quarterback. And when they don't have to do that and they can play 10 on 11 and they know where the quarterback's going to be at all times and he's not a dangerous runner, he's a subtle, elusive pocket mover, but C.J. Stroud's not going to just take off and kill you. That helps. That benefits Georgia. And here's what I think Georgia will do. Even if Ohio State, because I think Ohio State, even down Jackson Smith and Jigba, has a really good receiving core. But if you recall the Tennessee matchup and how Georgia chose to play them, they had just lined up and said, we're going to get in your face. We're going to press you. We're not giving you a free release off the line. And we're going to see if Hendon Hooker can throw the ball into tight spots consistently that result in explosive plays. I think they're going to do the exact same thing to C.J. Stroud.
All right, he is ESPN's Tom Luginbill. Rockstar says every movie now either has Jessica Chastain or Margot Robbie. That said, this Babylon trailer looks pretty
Is that
good.
bad?
Oh,
No, it's
it
not
is
bad.
not.
It's just something I noticed. Like they're the two leading ladies. They are the go-tos right now.
Well, I throw Jennifer Lawrence in
Yeah.
there, too.
Hey,
Yeah.
the only
Yeah,
way
no doubt.
the only way to be any better is if every Waffle House had those two in it too. Then we're talking. I get waffles and those two. That's fantastic.
That's absolutely smothered, chunked, and covered.
All right, Luginbill, thank you very much for the time. Have a great week.
All right, guys, take care.
Bye. I was going to ask him about Babylon, but that was too good of a line not to end on. Luginbill with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's presented each week by ATIX, AAATIX.com, 822-7382. Want to go down to the Sugar Bowl. If you want to go watch Bama, Auburn, UAB play hoops, you want to maybe even go to one of those playoff games, ATIX, AAATIX.com, or 822-7382.
And all of our steak bets and a lot of our good times with great food is brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop.
Yeah, stop by the New York Butcher Shop, see Jim and that incredible staff. Pick up the finest certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees, side dishes, perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family. They are ready to heat at home. You can also get gift cards for the holiday season with a great selection of wines and desserts. The New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
John Palmer says only 40%. Wow, over in the chat room. 41% is the actual number. But Max Olson dug deeper, and Max Olson sends out a different number from The Athletic. He says of the scholarship players that go into the portal, 85% find homes.
So if I've got a scholarship, I've got a really good shot of finding a home. Maybe not be an upgrade.
85% find home if you're a scholarship player that go into the
Dennis
portal.
Dodd, I saw, did a little bit of a deeper dig. He had estimated 13,000 players on college football rosters. He did a deeper dig and found out it's actually 16,000 because of COVID now. On average, each team has 127 players per roster. We're up over 1,300 in the portal right now. So roughly 1 in 6. I think we'd said, maybe a little less than that, 1 in 6.
Now, I'm trusting everybody else's math because 41% is the number that's out there that Lugs was quoting. But Max Olson last night says, I'll keep saying this, 41% is an accurate number, but 85% scholarship players find new scholarships, find new places to play. So that's a different number if Max's numbers are true. I mean, I've got an 8 in 10 chance of finding a new scholarship.
Well,
That's a better odd.
And of the 41%, over 1,000 guys, and those guys that aren't scholarship guys, I mean, how many guys were told, "Hey, look, we just don't have a spot for you.
Yeah, well,
it's time to move."
I'll go typical fan of my team. Early on, first guys in the portal. If I'm a pretty good football team, we'll use Alabama as an example. First guys into the portal for Alabama, I always instantly think, well, they've seen the writing on the wall, and the coaches want them to move on. That's just always my initial reaction, right?
Jimmy Bama reaction. Yeah,
but
I mean, most big teams are going to think that.
But if Dallas Turner jumps in at one point, then I'm going to be like, oh, that's a game changer.
Yeah.
Well,
I thought what was weird was Jermaine Burton leaving Georgia, just winning a national championship. Last sight seen on the field against Bama, going to Bama.
Yeah.
And I saw earlier in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, and I don't know who asked the question, does he regret that move now? He's got to regret that move, right?
I thought about that throughout the season, if he regretted that move or not, because you'd assume he'd have been starting, and they've had injuries at that position. He'd definitely been playing a lot.
The numbers wouldn't have been any worse than they were at Bama.
Yeah, so I don't know if he regrets it or not, but, we've heard it. You've heard the same thing I've heard, that the Georgia folks, much like I thought when Alabama, those receivers are instantly in the portal, that nobody's crying for them in Tuscaloosa. We heard the same thing in Athens, that when Jermaine Burton got into the portal, there weren't a lot of tears being shed in Athens, GA.
No, I mean, he was, I guess, the number 2 behind Ja'Cory Brooks, I guess. He was the clear number 2 behind Ladd McConkey if he stays at Georgia, but he's also playing in the semifinals right now.
Yeah, so I don't know if he regrets it or not. That's a question for him, but, I thought about that several times. You just brought up an interesting question. Path to beating Georgia. Got some interesting numbers on that coming up. Also, we will get to our Baumhauer Spotlight, which is sneaky good games coming up this weekend. You can go basketball, you can go NFL, whatever you want to do. You can throw your World Cup in there too, Brown, if you want to. Sneaky good games, whatever you want to do. We'll do that when we come back. It's brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's. That's our Spotlight next. Don't forget, Bud Light Game Night tomorrow night. We're at the Battery in Homewood, and the show is being brought to you in part by LT's Hair Guy. It is Dr. B. I was just telling LT that I feel like I've got 12 to 14% growth on top of my head just sitting next to you.
Yeah, look, Brown, he says that his hair is growing right now. It's come back.
Well, I
this
think
might be a Dr. B influence.
Does it not look like it's like you see new sprouts?
Well, I told him to let it grow until 2023. Let's just see what it does.
Just don't shave it again.
I mean, I feel like I got new sprouts up there. I feel it. You can almost hear it.
Get your hair out of your eyes. There you go. Now I can see your eyes.
Almost hear it.
Now, if we went back some years ago and somebody told you about Dr. Beckenstein and said, we've got this guy, you would 100% sprint there, right?
If I, back when I was eligible to for his process to work, I would have done it in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I should have done it a little bit earlier, but look, the results have been great. Again, my hairs are 14% thicker when we got the second hair analysis done. If you know somebody in your life that is starting to thin a little bit, be preemptive. Dr. Beckenstein is the best in the business. He pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. T3hair.net for more information. My man, Dr. B, takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. Tell him the next round sent you. Again, for more information, T3hair.net.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for backyard adventures. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Back with you on the Next Round. We're about to talk about, LT brought it up with Luginbill, and you can go back and see the whole Luginbill interview at YouTube or listen to it at nextroundlive.com, our website. Always a good audio podcast, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts. Go back and catch Luginbill in a second. But we're about to talk about Ohio State's path to victory and why some people think they could beat Georgia in that semifinal game. Not a lot, but some people do. But part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Nut Dust, up into the mid-70s today. A rare December 6.8 on the sack meter today. It's a little sticky out there, Rocky.
Well, look, I'm packing Nut Dust tonight for our trip tomorrow because it's going to be 75 and sunny down on the coast, and we're going to need that Nut Dust. Look, our friends at Nut Dust are redefining the use and feel of body powder. Nut Dust is talc-free. It's an all-natural body powder. It's great for all over the body, feet, below the belt. Available in 4 great scents: Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wildling. All day, every day, our friends at Nut Dust, they've got you covered. For more information, visit officialnutdust.com. And remember, Right now, holiday special, you buy one, 10% off, 2, 20%, 3 or more, you get 30% off all the Nut Dust orders. Great stocking stuffers. Again, go to officialnutdust.com.
Okay, I keep getting, you don't need the promo code, right? You don't need a promo code? Or
Don't
do
need
you?
a promo code.
You don't need a promo code. I keep getting DMs from all of you. Hey, what's the promo code for Nut Dust? What's the promo? You don't need one. You get that offer because you're hearing it right here. No need for the promo code.
But you can put in Lance's left nut and see what they do.
No, I own that.
Yeah.
Picture of Brown shows up.
all of a sudden, he's the get ready guy, the Bumble guy. By the way, he's doing Crumble commercials now. Crumble cookie commercials. The phrase we can't say.
Oh yeah,
you know,
he says it with that big.
Wait, who is
the guy who screams at boxing matches
Michael
or
Buffer.
before your Rams game?
Yeah.
His
Now
phrase that is copyrighted and they'll sue your butt off.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's in Crumble cookie commercials.
See if you can figure out the line he says.
Yeah.
It's a stupid, cheesy
By the
phrase.
way, Miles
anyway.
Lane passed away yesterday.
Mills Lane.
Mills Lane, yeah.
Great boxing referee.
We got breaking news on the coaching front. You want it?
We've been waiting for this to happen for a long, long time. It's finally happening.
It's been rumored year after year after year, and finally, according to Chris Lowe of ESPN, Jeff Brohm and Louisville are in the process of finalizing a deal to bring Brohm back to his alma mater as head coach. The deal would be 6 years, $35 million, according to Chris Lowe.
I believe this is the right time for Brohm to do this, and I believe it's a really great hire for Louisville. And just his, I mean, not that you're going to win, you're not going to win huge by just recruiting that area of Louisville and the state of Kentucky, but he is big there. He'll be big with the boosters there. I think it's the perfect time for him to go there. And he's shown that he's taken less than and done a lot with that at Purdue.
Well, you know, and when we talked about this on Monday, I said, look, two things. Does he want the Big Ten money, or does he want to go back to a place he loves with an opportunity to actually make a run at the college football playoff?
It's his forever job, LT.
Yeah, I think it is too. And look, he's going to be able to make enough money. I mean, he's already made enough money. He's probably set. Doesn't really matter.
6 years, $35 million is pretty good money, right?
And he knew where he was, kind of hit the ceiling this year. I mean, an 8-4 Purdue team wasn't even close once they got to a Big Ten championship.
I think maybe if the Big Ten were staying in divisions, he chooses to stay at Purdue. I mean, you would look at that division and say, hey, I got a shot every now and then of getting to Indianapolis or wherever they play the championship.
I don't know how they would shake up the snow globe, but USC, UCLA would likely, if they're going geography, be put in the West.
They would, and
So
you
that
might
would-
actually get bumped to the east. You know, I don't know.
So
but
that could change it a little bit.
But either way, they're not staying in division, so it doesn't matter. And now you look at it and you say, well, I got a much better chance of doing something at Louisville in the ACC than I do pushing that rock up the hill at Purdue in the Big Ten, especially with USC coming to the conference.
I think Louisville can compete and win ACC championships.
And if I'm Louisville and I've just traded Scott Satterfield for Jeff Brohm, I get on my knees and thank the good Lord.
That's right.
That he has intervened in my football program, because that's the only way you can do that. That was such a good trade for them.
Yeah, I'd go out to Churchill Downs today and race a thoroughbred. I think I'm that excited I could outrun a thoroughbred at Churchill Downs today.
Such a good move for them.
Josh Hicks says, is this Scott Frost 2.0 for Brohm? We've been waiting for him to go back for so long. Nebraska fans are waiting for Scott Frost to go back home for so long. Will Brohm burn out like Frost did? There's a possibility, I guess.
Yeah, there's a possibility. It's different jobs. I mean, I think the Louisville job is a better ACC job than Nebraska has a Big Ten job. And I just don't think – I think Kenny Payne is under far more pressure at Louisville. You correct me if I'm wrong. You work there. Kenny Payne under way more pressure than Jeff Brohm will be.
Well, he is when he's 0 for the start of the year. Did they finally win one yet?
No, I have no idea.
Did they win one yet?
Not yet.
Yeah, so they're 0-8. So he's under a lot of pressure. He was under pressure to start the year, but they didn't hit the portal or anything with Louisville basketball. Basketball is more important than football, but it's
That's what I was getting at.
It's not to steal Auburn's. I mean, we got all these copyright phrases. I'm not sure I can say it, but Louisville's an everything school. It's basketball first, but they want to be an everything school. They're good in baseball and they're good in women's sports and they're good in football too.
Dustin's saying Jim Leonard to Purdue. I mean, that Purdue job.
Yeah.
Well, if I didn't get the Wisconsin job and I go down to Purdue, I feel like I've dropped down a level.
Richard D, capital D, Bill O'Brien to Purdue. I just think Bill O'Brien's going to go back and be with the Patriots.
Yeah, I think I would rather go make $2 million and the known.
It's interesting how last year's coaching carousel exploded all at once, and this year it's not as good, but it has been just like little by little. Like now we got a Purdue opening. It's not a bad opening, you know?
Here's our Michelson look ahead right here, and then we'll get into the conversation about Ohio State beating Georgia, why that's on the table for some people. Coming up later in our Michelson look ahead, trash on the table, Todd Fuhrman at 12 o'clock to talk about some big games this weekend, including the FCS playoffs. Does Fuhrman think Sanford has a shot at North Dakota State? That's coming up a little bit later on at 12 noon Central.
Hey, to find out if LASIK is right for you, it's one simple phone call, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, I had the 2200 vision. I wore contacts for about a decade. I was wasting money on contacts and solutions. When I went in, got screened out, I was a candidate. Then I got the procedure done. It only took 12 minutes for both eyes. I've still got 2015 vision, better than 2020. Call today. Dr. Mort Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, 969-8100. Tell them the next round sent you, and online for more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
The reason you brought it up to Luginbill and what Luginbill said and why some people think Ohio State could beat Georgia is the roster, right? Georgia's roster is considered to be up here. Ohio State's is considered recruiting-wise to be up there as well. They've got rosters that are a lot alike. Georgia's only lost 3 games in 3 years. Those 3 games, 2 to Alabama, 1 to Florida. And that was the Kyle Pitts, Kyle Trask, Pitts.
Played for a conference championship, Florida. Won the East, Florida.
Yeah, scored a lot of points. Those are the 3 losses for Georgia in 3 years. And 2 of those is an Alabama roster that looks a lot like the Ohio State roster. That's why some people give Ohio State a chance against Georgia.
Well, you heard when we played some of the sound bites from Kirby Smart yesterday, he said, look, I know Ryan Day well. I recruit against him all the time. I mean, these are the same athletes.
Yeah. They're recruiting the same people right there. And I do give Ohio State a chance to beat Georgia. And I do feel like, that Michigan is going to handle TCU easily. Mm-hmm. And I think it'll be a Michigan versus Ohio State or Georgia in the championship game.
It's interesting, and I can't do this. I could not do this, but I'd like somebody that I respect to do it. Like if you went skill players, you'd give the edge to Ohio State.
Yes.
Especially at wide receiver, right?
Quarterback,
wide receiver.
We don't treat
running backs.
We don't treat Ladd McConkey fairly.
Yeah.
Because he's a white kid and we expect that he's slow and unathletic. Ladd McConkey's a good receiver. And I've taken shots at him. I'm not pointing fingers. I've done that. But I think most people would take Marvin Harrison in that group of receivers. Quarterback, I think you'd go back. I don't know about offensive line. I just wonder if you went 11 on 11, position by position, how many Ohio State defenders would start in front of Georgia defenders. That's what I'd like somebody to do.
Well,
somebody that's got an eye for talent that breaks down the film and says, oh, no. This guy's better than this guy.
Well, Brock Bowers would be on the field. We know that.
There's no doubt. He would start for anybody in America.
And let's just say 50-50 along the offensive line.
Okay.
We'll even give the advantage to Georgia, 3 offensive linemen, 2 to Ohio State.
So you probably still have a personnel-wise an offensive advantage for Ohio State even doing it that way.
Yeah, but if I go 3-2 there, I would say offensively it probably would work out to where
6-5 or 7-4 something like that.
I would go 7-4 Ohio State.
All right, now do defense. That's where I wonder what it looks like.
Yeah,
I wish somebody that broke down film would tell me, is it 8-3 Georgia? Is it 9-2 Georgia?
My gut would be 9-2 best.
Ohio State,
Georgia.
Lance, is really known for their corners and really their defensive backs. I mean, they got defensive backs getting drafted all the time from there.
Yeah, it was a detriment 2 years ago, and their corners were not as good as they thought they were against Alabama.
We didn't see them tested a whole lot this year, but I'll tell you what, when they played Michigan, they didn't look that good to me. Michigan was hitting deep balls on them.
Baumhauer Spotlight every day here on the show. Wednesdays is Sneaky Good Game. We bring in basketball. We bring in the NFL. We bring in FCS this weekend as we do Sneaky Good Games. Rockstar, hit it, man.
The Baumhauer Spotlight.
This weekend's Sneaky Good Game.
Hey, the holidays are here, and Baumhauer's is kicking off the season in style. If you're planning a holiday party, they've got you covered with delicious, legendary party-ready tray selections. From the always fresh buttermilk fried chicken tenders to the homemade Nana's chicken salad, and, of course, their world-famous buffalo chicken wings. Gift cards also available. If you need a stocking stuffer for the holidays, Baumhauer's Victory Grill, they've got you covered with their popular gift cards. And now through December 24th, you'll receive a $5 bonus card with every $25 gift card purchase. It's all from our friends at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Listen, I hate the fact that I did not give you this yesterday as the upset alert.
Oh, no,
but I did more research last night. This sneaky good game right here is should have been my upset alert too. You can go cash big checks this weekend with the New York Football Giants. They will beat the Philadelphia Eagles straight up. You get 6.5 points this weekend playing there. What's it called? It's not the Meadowlands anymore. What's it called?
MetLife Stadium.
MetLife Stadium.
Meadowlands is what Chris Berman.
The Meadowlands.
I'll take Philly at a pick.
You would, well, I mean, I'm not going to give you a pick. I'm getting 6.5 here.
Yeah, but I used to, throw you stakes, which I have lately.
Yeah,
He does do that.
He does. He's a giver, Jim.
Well, we'll talk it down. Can I get some points in it? Can I get it?
Lance is wearing an Eagles shirt today, which is
I see that. That's
a
ironic.
good-looking shirt.
Reed, one of our great coworkers up here, is a huge Giants fan.
Big Giants fan.
Big win for you this weekend. His facial expression, not one of confidence.
No.
I really like the Giants this weekend.
He did not like that pick.
Let's go to, I think, another NFL game over here, right?
Yeah, so
Sneaky
Brown
good.
had this as his upset alert yesterday.
Upset alert. You don't even have to watch this one.
No, I think it's going to be a great game.
No, it's
I
already
really
been
do.
played. It's already been played.
It
though.
seems like every game outside of last week when you guys blew out Jacksonville, that Detroit plays some kind of exciting game
They
that's
do. It's
going
like
back and forth.
Phillip Rivers and the Chargers. They were always close in every game.
They try hard.
This one will be close noon on a Sunday.
And the Lions are giving points to the Vikings.
That's right. That's what made that the upset alert.
That is the telltale Vegas sign, isn't it?
Mine is the FCS playoffs. We got us a little double dip on Friday night. You can watch Samford, who's a pretty big underdog at North Dakota State. But the second half of that sneaky good, 9:15, both William and Mary are going across the country to play Montana State.
How cold will it be at 9:15 Central?
Yes, cold as a
in
witch's
Montana.
part. Yeah.
Wow.
So Jack, because we went to Bozeman, he always tells me temp in Bozeman.
Yeah, what's the temp at Bozeman?
Well, last week it was 7 degrees, so I'll tell you right now because I've still got it on my thing.
Friday, 9:15, Lance is going to look at his thing and tell me how cold it is in Bozeman. Friday, 9:15 Central, ESPN2. William and Mary catching 7.5 at Montana State.
So you say it's colder than a witch's.
A witch's part.
So is this Friday night?
Friday night, Lance.
Oh, how about this? It's going to be snowing in Bozeman.
See, a snow game. I'm giving you a snow game, Rockstar.
A high, a balmy 25, a low of 11 degrees.
Yeah, it's going to get down in the
What's
the teens.
that wind chill?
Yes.
Jeez.
Did you see the joke that the guy that invented wind chill died? He was 88, but he only felt 72.
Oh, wow.
Tuesday, the high is 17, the low's 8.
Woo! Would not live there.
It's a beautiful place, though.
Oh, go watch it. William and Mary at Montana State.
So those are the sneaky good games brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Yeah, again, Baumhauer's makes it easy to play Santa with their great retail gift items. You can choose from a fantastic selection of quality logoed shirts and hats. Of course, the gift cards, if you need that stocking stuffer, now through December 24th, you can receive a $5 bonus card with every $25 gift card purchase. And don't forget about the party-ready trays. Holidays are here. Baumhauer's is kicking off the season in style. Get in today to one of those great locations of Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Pat Forty, who has lived in Louisville a long, long time, on the Jeff Brohm story, basically saying Louisville finally gets their guy. Just beloved in that city, and Jeff Brohm getting to go back. That is the breaking news. He is the new head coach at Louisville. And of jobs that I think that would interest anyone, Purdue now is into the mix. That leaves us with Purdue, Stanford, North Texas. UNLV got Barry Odom last night, which is a good coach.
Yeah, coming off a bad year, though. Their defense was awful.
And Kevin Wilson went 2 days ago to Tulsa. So really, the jobs we care about, Purdue, Stanford, North Texas.
Yeah, if you're Purdue, you got the best opening right now. So that's good news for you. Rarely are you going to have a job opening where you're the best opening, but you are that right now.
Purdue versus North Texas becomes the debate for me.
North
Texas going to the American.
Yeah, Purdue's a much better job. They're in the Big Ten.
Yeah, but
it's not even close.
Where's my chance of being? I mean, I could be American Conference champion and have a chance to make the college football playoffs. What do I have to do to be college football playoffs at Purdue?
Okay, you're going to make $5 million at one place and have a really good budget. You're going to make $1.5 million at one place, and
I bet I make $2.5 $3 million in North Texas. It's changing now to the American. Anyway, I agree. Purdue traditionally, but thinking into the future, maybe North Texas. Interesting day in San Antonio for UTSA, by the way. Before we head to break here, and before I tell you about Way to Wellness, North Texas today, Frank Harris has a news conference called. Their great quarterback, if you've been following UTSA, I keep saying North Texas, UTSA today in San Antonio. Frank Harris, their quarterback, who led them to another Conference USA championship, has a news conference call today. People kept waiting for Frank Harris's name to be in the portal. With him at his news conference is going to be the 5 most influential business leaders in San Antonio. They're expected to have a news conference today to announce an NIL deal that could approach $1 million or more to keep Frank Harris at UTSA.
Yeah.
Great, a really good quarterback, ton of experience. Good for him.
Yeah, so we'll see if that really is what it ends up. Maybe they're naming a street after him, but there are people assuming he's about to stay at UTSA for another year as they head to the American Conference with UAB and the others who are moving over there. Our friends at Way to Wellness want to help you get your life back on track. They can do that by getting your blood pressure in order, your cholesterol lower, and, of course, losing that weight. Don't tip the scales anymore. Make a run to Leslie and my board-certified team over at Way to Wellness. All you have to do is go to this website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. These guys see me eat the protein bars from Way to Wellness all the time. They really fill you up, and they're great-tasting protein bars. They have a different plan for everybody. In fact, I eat my own lunch, my own dinner every day. Maintain that weight loss, lose weight. They helped me lose 45 pounds a couple of years ago. They can help you as well. It's real easy. The website's aplanforme.com. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and the consultation is absolutely free. Doesn't hurt you to check it out. All you have to do, aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on The Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Insurance premiums are increasing on your home, your automobile, and your business like never before. And having just one company as an option can cost you thousands of dollars each year. I'm Tyler Watts with Tyler Watts & Associates. We're an independent insurance agency and represent over 50 companies such as Nationwide, Progressive, Allstate, Travelers, just to name a few. Finding an affordable option with A-plus rated companies is what we do for our clients. Don't be held captive to just one company. Let me and my staff help you today. Call me at 205-664-4444. That's 205-664-4444.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, the last call in our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Back with you on the Next Round as we roll on today. A lot of interesting stuff that we've had on the show. Looking forward to our 122nd Army-Navy game this weekend. We'll be down at the Floribama on Friday. Bud Light game night tomorrow night. Battery in Homewood for that one. We're looking forward to being there. Last night basketball, before we do the viewing menu, number 17 Illinois, 85-78 over number 2 Texas. That game not in Austin, Madison Square Garden. Into overtime it went. Brownie, you watched this game too.
Yeah, I did.
Just such quality basketball.
It really was. I mean, it's weird. I've seen Illinois play 2 games now. I really like their team. Under Brad Underwood, obviously a very good basketball coach, but that Texas team, Chris Beard, they got behind the 8 ball. I think they had an injury and then some foul issues, so they didn't really have their full roster there in overtime. He can coach, though.
But, Terrence Shannon, who played for him at Texas Tech, who wasn't good in regulation, scored 12 of his 16 points in overtime. That was the difference.
Yeah. JohnsonRVCenter.com want to help you hit the road this year. I'll tell you who's on the road tonight. Interesting basketball game after you tell us about Johnson RV Center.
And don't forget the Haras, the Cardinals, all right there at Johnson RV Center, looking to upgrade a fifth wheel or one of those light tow behinds, whatever. They've got it right there at Johnston RV Center. Still some time to take great advantage of low prices on the 22s as they try to eliminate those. Or if you say, no, I want to bring you 23, they got those as well, too. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 indicator. Always online, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Pitt and Vandy tonight, if you're watching us in Nashville, down there on the Vandy campus, 8 o'clock SEC Network. But number 5, UConn, we've seen how good they are. They're in Gainesville tonight. UConn in Florida, 8 o'clock ESPN2. Part of the schedule tonight if you want to watch. Alabama State, North Alabama up in Florence as well at 6. Don't forget you can go vote in our Cowan Equipment poll question right now. 3 good games on Saturday. Alabama, they're on the road at number 1 Houston, true road game. Auburn playing Memphis and Atlanta. And then you have UAB and Morgantown playing West Virginia. Our 3 local teams here, are they 3-0, 2-1, 1-2, 0-3? Go vote right now at Next Round Live. All right, time now for the viewing menu. Rockstar, what are you watching today? It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Before you tell us that, Rocky, New Life Art, we have a big announcement, right?
Yeah, an exclusive announcement. They're going to announce this at noon. They're letting us roll it out right now, though. But artist Daniel Moore, pleased to announce his new portrait of former Alabama head coach Gene Stallings. Rendered in Prismacolor pencil, this masterwork is the second in the series of Alabama National Championship football coaches. New Life Art is offering limited edition prints and canvases right now to shop to see this. I'm looking at this beautiful print. Go to danielmooreart.com and don't forget the calendars. We had our friend Jeff from New Life Art drop us some of these today, but you could actually purchase the calendars right now, the 2023 calendars. Great holiday discounts are available. Again, to check all this out in the new print from Daniel A. Moore, go to danielmooreart.com.
At 8:30 on Cinemax, you got a movie I've only seen once, but I enjoyed it. Breach from 2007.
Never seen it.
It's a fact-based thriller about an FBI trainee assigned to spy on a fellow agent suspected of selling information to the Russians. The agent, played by Chris Cooper, Ryan Phillippe's in it, and Laura Linney. It's a good film. It's very tense. And Lance, you like uncomfortable. Have you seen Brothers?
The movie Brothers?
Yes, 2009. It's on Hulu. Jake Gyllenhaal, Tobey Maguire, and Natalie Portman.
Oh, I have not.
So Jake Gyllenhaal and Tobey Maguire are brothers. Jake has gone to prison, and Toby has gone off to war in Afghanistan. Natalie Portman is Toby's wife. They find that he died in battle, Tobey Maguire, so Jake gets out of prison and has to take care of Natalie Portman because, his brother died. Turns out he didn't die. He shows up home, and he's got some PTSD, and he's very suspicious of his brother and his wife. So the whole film is just like, something's going on between you two. I don't know what it is.
Is it any good?
I'm going to find it out.
How come you're always helping her wash the dishes?
It's good. It's just dark, man. It's right up your alley, but it's just one of those uncomfortable watches.
Zach says that Brothers is dark but awesome over in the Volkswagen Automotive chat room.
I think I kind of remember seeing the trailer way back in the day, but I've never seen it.
It's a good film. So Breach and Brothers. Double B's today.
I was surprised we didn't have soccer on today. I got in here early.
It's back on Friday.
I set the TVs to watch it, and then I realized I'm getting Skip and Shannon yelling at each other, and I'm not getting any soccer.
Have any of you guys seen The Good Nurse?
Nope.
Jessica Chastain?
Yep.
But the roommate's trying to get me to watch it, and I don't know.
You say it's back Friday? So we don't
2
get
games Friday, 2 games Saturday.
We got nothing tomorrow either.
Yeah, we got nothing tomorrow.
Dang.
Yeah, little break in between. The Good Nurse, I have not seen it. What's the premise?
I think it's a nurse starts killing patients.
Well, that doesn't sound good at all.
She's not good at all.
I think it's based on a true story. I think, and then Eddie Redmayne's in it too.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like Dr. Death, but the nurse side of it?
Yeah. Dr. Death was good.
Yeah, it was really,
good
really, really good. All right, so we've talked a little bit about tampering and how it's probably a commonplace more than we know it, and a Rick Neuheisel story earlier today, which I found very interesting. We've talked a little bit about the playoffs. We've heard from Tom Luginbill. When we come back, we'll talk about the most watched games so far this college football season. That'll be interesting. But if I'm ranking, like Connor O'Gara has done, friend of the show, the 10 best quarterbacks in the portal right now, who's number one for you guys?
Oh, it's Devin Leary for me. It's not even close.
Devin Leary, I think that's who Connor went with as well. He went Spencer Sanders second, who he said on our show yesterday. Luginbill said Spencer Sanders, as soon as I saw him in the portal, 4-year starter for Oklahoma State, he instantly thought of Hugh Freeze's offense. Who's number one in the portal for you right now?
I mean, it's probably Devin Leary. I'm going to tell you, though, this is like predicting a number one draft pick is going to boom or bust. I really hope Alston Reed ends up at a good program from Western Kentucky. I really like what I saw from that guy in the limited time I watched him. I'm not going to lie and act like I watched a ton of film. I was basically judging this off his first half at Auburn. I think that guy can play somewhere. If
he's in Josh Heupel's offense in Knoxville.
Oh, my gosh. Lights it up. Maybe even wins the SEC.
Yeah.
I'd like to see Alston Reed somewhere good just to see this kid play.
I'm a redemption guy, redemption story. DJ Uiagalelei, somewhere out west, closer to his home, in a new offense, say Arizona State and Kenny Dillingham.
He was visiting yesterday. Already had the gear on.
If he goes out there to Dillingham and remake it, look what he did with Bo Nix, just to get away from the pressure at Clemson, start over again with no pressure, lesser competition maybe in the Pac-12, just a fresh start. Let's see if DJU can get it going back right. Good read from Connor O'Gara. Go check it out at Saturday Down South. When we come back, we continue the football conversation with you. You can join the phones, 205-734-0923. We'll open those up in the next segment as well. This is The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Second half of the show, we'll talk to Todd Fuhrman coming up from Vegas in 1 hour about everything going on, including some future, maybe the Alabama-Houston basketball line this weekend, little of the FCS playoffs. Can Sanford beat North Dakota State, and all the big NFL games coming up. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Forrester here. Lunsford is getting back on his feet. Be back with us shortly. Tyler, the intern's here, and Taylor Korn, who's handling everything social media-wise for us. The big news nationally has been Aaron Judge, who is re-signing with the Yankees, 9 years, $360 million. That's the deal there in New York to keep Judge there. Reports were he got offered yesterday $360 for the Giants out in San Francisco. He chose to take the $360 from the Yankees.
I just think it's funny that Brian Cashman said our final offer 7 years, $213.5 million.
Oops.
Yeah.
How'd that turn out for you?
Yeah, he held him over a barrel. I mean, $40 million a year. He had an incredible year. Pure power guy. Obviously hit for average this year. Almost had the Triple Crown, but man, 9 years, $360 million. These deals typically don't work out.
You're right about that. The 9 and 10 year deals. It's being painted that he bet on himself and won. So you got to respect that, man. You got to respect that.
Yeah, 100%. And he gets to stay in the American League, but now you got the DH in the National League, which is the only reason San Francisco and the Dodgers were in play, because you're not going to sign a 31-year-old without the DH in the National League.
Yeah,
for
and
9
honestly,
years.
if I could play anywhere, outside of being a Dodger fan, I would want to play on the East Coast. I'd want to play with the Yankees in that organization.
People get to see you a lot more.
Over under on his biggest home run year for the rest of his career.
Last year.
No, the rest of his career. No, he'll never do that again.
Yeah, I think it'll be a slow decline.
It will be.
Yeah, I think I would put it at 55.
Oh, I'd take the under.
Oh, I'd take the under.
Yeah. I was thinking 45.
I don't think he hits 50 again.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Did you see the story yesterday? Not that we're going to get into a ton of
see,
baseball.
I never thought this was come up on the show.
Well, it got my attention. It was like 3 balls, and it caught my attention. I thought of Rockstar instantly.
Yes.
LT's got 1. Rockstar said 3 balls. But apparently Major League Baseball used 3 different balls last year. A department has gotten the balls. They've tested them.
They've gotten like 200 balls, a big sample size, or something like that.
A big sample size. 200 balls were used, and one of them is the perfect ball. They call it the Goldilocks. It's not too hot, not too cold. It's the perfect ball. And they got one that's a dead ball, and then they've got one that's really a juiced ball, and it was used predominantly in
Yankees games.
Yankees games.
Isn't that shocking? I mean, and I saw the graph. Did you see the graph that went along with the story? I mean, it wasn't just like used in some Yankees games. It was like an absurd amount of Yankees
Well,
games
Aaron Judge needs to thank them.
that the juice ball was used in.
Yeah.
So that was the whole reason they were interrupting our college football at the end of the year, because they gave the Yankees juice balls so this guy could hit a bunch of home runs.
Well, I mean, but I assume this was over the course of the whole season.
It
right?
was, yeah. But I mean, that's the way he's in position.
Why are we giving somebody in my division juice baseballs?
Because they're the New York Yankees.
I guess it helps us. We're using the same balls, right?
Well, in that game, when you're playing the Yankees,
so maybe Tampa's not as good as I thought they were. I just thought that was a weird story. A couple other baseball notes quickly, because this impacts a lot of people. They're breaking up the Dodgers. Cody Bellinger, 1 year, $17.5 million with the Cubs. You're okay with him leaving?
Well, no. Look, I like Bellinger a lot. I mean, this is a guy that won the MVP back in 2019, but since that season, over a stretch of 295 regular season games, he's hit 203.
Trey Turner, 11-year, $300 million to the Phillies, who already have a great shortstop in Bryson Stott. They expect to move Stott over to second base, or maybe Turner to second base. He's got some experience there. And they got a big pitcher yesterday, Tawan Walker from the Mets. And the Phillies are really loading up right now. And the buzz is that everybody who are Braves fans over there, Dansby Swanson, best place to end up right now, likely going to end up with the Dodgers. Dansby Swanson. So he and Freeman could be roomies on the road, maybe.
Yeah. And if the Dodgers aren't the team, it looks like the Red Sox. I heard Buster this morning talking about that in order for the Braves and Dansby to strike a deal, something's got to give. Either Dansby's got to take lower market value, or the Braves got to give more than they want to give. And he said he doesn't think either's going to happen.
And the Braves did lose Kenley Jansen today. He goes to the Red Sox in a $32 million deal. So Iglesias, the closer for the Braves now, it appears.
So that's your baseball hot stove news there. A lot of stuff churning today. Judge leading the way nationally. Champy's Chicken leads the way with us. Lunchtime now officially on Highway 119 in Alabaster. You can get by there, see Sterling. Say hi to Sterling. Man, I hadn't seen Sterling in a while. I missed him a couple of times when I went by there during football season when I was down at a Thompson game, and he had bolted both times by the time I got there. So you get a chance, go by and see Sterling at lunch today and tell him we all said hi to him. Champy's world-famous fried chicken, wonderful chicken plates you can get there, hand-cut chicken fingers, those po' boys, and a lot more, including those Mississippi Delta tamales. It's our friends at Champy's Chicken, champy'schicken.com. Most watched college football games this year. I got 10 of them in front of us here. And I think it's 8 of the 10 involve, or maybe it's 9 of 10. It's either 8 or 10 or 9 of 10 involve either a Big Ten or an SEC team. If you want to know why those two conferences are getting billion-dollar media rights, billion-dollar television deal, 10 most-watched college football games this year, 8 or 9 of the 10 involve a Big Ten or an SEC team. Most watched one we just had 2 weekends ago, Michigan and Ohio State, $17.1 million on Fox. 17.1 million viewers on Fox.
Which, to put that in perspective, that is a bigger audience in terms of people than watched the 2 semifinal games last year and the Rose Bowl.
Right, which was in slightly over 16 million.
Yeah, it was just over 16 million for those games. So 17 million actually watched Ohio State, Michigan. That's why I say when a lot of people were asking whether or not they would pair them up in the semis or roll the dice, they can meet in the finals. If they meet in the finals, it'll be a big, big, big TV number.
Yeah.
And I think that shows you that.
And it's another reason that Fox isn't afraid to do their big game at 11 o'clock.
That's right.
Yeah. And that was another thing. I think 8 of the 10, I'm right about this, were afternoon games, or a big number of these were afternoon games.
Out of prime time, yeah.
Tennessee, Georgia, second most watched game on CBS, 13.1 million viewers. Alabama, Tennessee, third most watched game this year, CBS, 11.6 million viewers. So you've gone 11 a.m., 2:30, 2:30. LSU, Georgia, SEC title game this past weekend, 10.9 million.
Yeah, the title games are kind of down a little bit as far as viewers go, primarily because they were blowouts, number one, and number two, there just wasn't a ton on the line in those title games.
Yeah, and nothing really on the line for LSU, Georgia. Nothing on the line for Purdue, Michigan. That's the 5th most watched game this year, though.
Wow.
The Big Ten title game, 10.7 million people. Alabama, Texas held up for most of the year, 10.6 million. Notre Dame, Ohio State, 10.5 million. Big 12 title game, big viewers. Brown told you about that here in Birmingham. Kansas State, TCU, the 8th most watched game this past week on ABC, 9.4 million. But here locally, how many TV sets were on?
40% of the sets that were in use, 40% of the TVs in use were watching that game. And obviously, we know why, but I'm still stunned at that number. I mean, almost half the people in Birmingham watching TV were watching TCU Kansas State in Birmingham, and it's the Tuscaloosa corridor. That is crazy.
Alabama, Ole Miss, 8.7 million. Ohio State, Penn State, 8.3 million. Those are the most watched games in college football this year. So Alabama was involved in 3 of those. All 3 of their games on the road were the top 10 most watched game, and only Kansas State, TCU this past weekend with playoff implications for both Ohio State and Alabama really on the line in that contest was the 8th most watched game. Other than that, it was either a Big Ten, SEC, or a combination matchup of those teams in each one of those games.
Something else that jumps out at me, and I don't know what type of game CBS will get in their Big Ten deal, but look at all those CBS games that are SEC games that they'll be losing soon.
Yeah, there's 4 of the 10 are CBS games.
That's right. All those will be ABC games,
Yep.
ABC, ESPN games.
4 were on Fox and 2 are on ABC.
Yeah, now CBS will show back up if they get good picks in the Big Ten. I don't know how that whole selection system is going to work there, but if they're not getting any kind of Big Ten good picks, I mean, they'll be out of this top 10 pretty quickly.
You said 40% of the TVs in use were watching Big 12. What about Friday night Pac-12? Any idea?
I don't have the Pac-12. I can find that, Lance. I can tell you 53% of TVs in use were watching Georgia and LSU. I don't think that's a huge surprise. The SEC championship game is going to kill here.
Yeah, but if Alabama and Auburn were in it, it would be 70+%.
Yeah. TCU was at 40%. Michigan was at 26%. And those, that was a late game, obviously. 41% to 53% to 26%. A lot of people were watching college football Saturday, as it turns out, in Birmingham.
And we like that a lot. A lot of people drinking Redmond vodka as well, ask for it by name. Our buddy Charles Barkley, before you tell us about that, he and Bruce Pearl got a huge honor yesterday. The All-Minor, a Jewish newspaper in New York City, puts out its J100 every year, the 100 most influential people who helps Jewish people around the globe. And part of the J100 yesterday, both Bruce Pearl and Charles Barkley were mentioned as J100 members for 2022, positively influencing the Jewish life. Bruce Pearl and his work on reminding people and keeping Jewish news items in the news and helping the Jewish people all the time. Charles Barkley for denouncing Kyrie Irving and criticizing the NBA for Kyrie Irving and Kanye West comments. So Barkley and Bruce Pearl, part of the All Miners J100 yesterday. Big honor for those two individuals there from that Jewish magazine in New York City. Redmond Vodka is a Charles Barkley-owned, locally owned business here in Birmingham.
Hey, 25 days of cocktails. They continue. Day 7, the Elfed Up.
Oh, no.
The Elfed Up, you can get it at the Lumbar right there across from the, I guess Hot and Hot now.
Yeah.
Where the Lumbar is. 1.5 ounces of Redmond vodka, bar spoon simple syrup, 1 ounce cranberry juice, a 1/2 ounce of the Saint Germain elderflower, 1/2 ounce of lemon juice, top of the little tonic, garnished with rosemary, and you've got yourself an Elfed Up.
How about that? Rockstar, I'm making Elfed Ups tonight. Can you go out in the garden and get me some Eldon flower?
I don't know if I have it. It's not in bloom. I have it in the backyard, which is next to the blueberries and the boysenberries.
Our friends at Redmond Vodka, locally owned and operated. If you're heading to a Christmas party, don't go empty-handed. Take a bottle of the Redmond Vodka. You're going to absolutely love it. They're in clarity and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmond Vodka.
To answer Lance's question real quick, 23 share for the USC game. So about a quarter of the TVs in use in Birmingham were watching that one.
Josh, if I didn't love Charles Barkley so much, I would make a joke. One of the drinks for Dunaway was a Redmond vodka and a Ghost Energy drink, one of our fine sponsors. I would name that, since that's Charles Barkley's company, Redmond, and Ghost Energy, I would call that the championship ring for the Redmond and the Ghost, because the championship ring for Charles is a ghost.
It's a ghost, yeah.
He's never won one. Yeah. But I love Charles too much to name it that. I'd have to name it something else. All right, the show rolls on here. 4 Downs is brought to you every day by Vulcan Tires. We'll get to that right here as well. Still to come, Todd Fuhrman at the top of the hour. Vulcan Tires brings you the 4 Downs, LT.
5 great locations, soon to be, there is a 5th location now. Just a couple of weeks ago, they opened up. Our friends at Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family. Holidays are here if you're going to be getting on the road. Make sure you get the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more checked out. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, more touchdowns rest of the regular season. Deshaun Watson or Baker Mayfield?
Boy, he looked bad. Deshaun Watson did.
But he hadn't played in 2 years.
But Baker Mayfield has got the second worst QBR in the history of football this year.
Is Baker going to get on the field with your Rams? Is he going to play any?
As early as Thursday night, they're saying.
What?
Yeah,
he's just now part of the team.
As early as Thursday night.
Well, I mean, the only reason he would get on the field is because John Wolford was unable to practice yesterday. He had to come out of the game multiple times on Sunday against the Seahawks. And all you've got right now is Bryce Perkins, your number 3. So I guess there is a possibility. I mean, it doesn't really matter now. And the Rams are playing for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, I don't know. I'm going to go to Deshaun Watson. I at least know he's starting the rest of the year.
I would go to Deshaun Watson, too.
Yeah.
I think he's surrounded by better people right now. The receiving core is down in L.A.
Yeah, I would agree.
Second down.
Who's responsible for a touchdown next, Jimmy Garoppolo or Odell Beckham Jr.?
So Garoppolo is out for the rest of the season, and Beckham looked like he was headed to the Cowboys, and they did not like
his ACL is a problem.
Yeah, they're saying this Liz Frank, though, with Garoppolo, that he could come back mid-January. So there's a chance he comes back for the postseason.
Out for the regular season.
No surgery needed on that, so I'm going to go Jimmy G.
I guess I will too. I mean, if Odell can't pass a physical well enough to get on the Cowboys, there's very little chance he plays for anybody this year.
Well, the source says that's right. The source says the doctors told the Cowboys if we get him, we're getting him for 2023.
Yeah,
not for this year.
Yeah,
so.
his hamstring just is healed up. So yeah, I think I would probably go Garoppolo. At least there's a chance he plays again this year.
Third down.
What would be the better offseason hire for somebody? Getting Garrett Riley as an offensive coordinator or Jim Leonard as a defensive coordinator?
I would go Jim Leonard as a defensive coordinator. I sat and watched TCU this past week when they were struggling against Kansas State, and if it wasn't for I didn't see anything super creative from Garrett Riley. I mean, Max Duggan did a lot of that himself. So, I mean, he made some gutsy plays to win them or get them an opportunity to win the game. They end up losing it. I would 100% go Jim Leonard.
I don't know if I go 100% on that. Leonard is the more known commodity, obviously. And I wonder how much we think of Garrett Riley just because he's Lincoln's brother. If it were Garrett Johnson, do you think people would be all hot for him?
Yeah, I feel like I'm getting the lesser Riley at this point.
But still, this is a guy that just won the Broyles, was with SMU for a couple of years, Kansas, Appalachian State, East Carolina. He served his time. He's only 33 years old. I'd take a shot at the guy.
Yeah, no. Don't get me wrong.
But I agree with Leonard, I would rather have Jim Leonard.
Yeah, me too.
4th down.
Larry Bird, 67 years old today. Better career, Larry Bird or Gwen Stefani?
At that age, 67, I'm surprised he hasn't been picked up by the Lakers yet, as old as they are.
Now, we know Gwen Stefani looks better than Larry Bird.
Oh,
right?
come on, man.
Don't jump to conclusions.
Larry's a handsome
he shaved
man.
his mustache.
Did you say better career?
Yeah.
Oh, better career is Larry Bird.
I think I would go with that too, yeah.
Larry Bird gets into discussions of one of the best 5 all time. He's definitely one of the best
And
10.
your boy Jeff and Aniston, I don't even know who Gwen Stefani is.
Yeah, but Gwen Stefani's never in the conversation. I love her. And you put her in that dress barefoot in her 20s again, and I watch that video all day long.
Yeah, but the thing about her having her own residency for a while, she's on The Voice. I'm just talking about the money that she's made. It's not even close. As far as all-time legacies, I'll give you Larry Bird. But Stefani has had, I think, multiple number 1 hits. She's had a really good career.
Oh, good career, yes. Not a legendary career like Larry Bird. He is Larry Legend.
Yeah, I'll go Larry Bird in this one.
Yeah, that's 4 downs. Brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
5 great locations, including the newest in Pell City. Locally owned and operated. Great guys. Anything you need bumper to bumper for your vehicle, they can handle this holiday season. For more information, VulcanTireAuto.com.
2 season-ending injuries breaking in the NFL right now. Mark Ingram looks like he's done for the season, unfortunately for the former Alabama star with an MCL. The much bigger one is...
Real quick on Mark Ingram before you give us the bigger one. At some point, it's gonna be his last game, and we're getting to that point in Mark Ingram.
Although you could have seen it Monday night.
2010's a long time ago now. Yeah,
you could have seen it Monday night, especially if he's having to have surgery on an MCL. But the much bigger one is Sean McDermott has confirmed now that Von Miller is finished for the season. He is having surgery on his ACL, will not play again this year for Buffalo.
Well, I will tell you
Massive
this.
loss.
Without Von Miller last year, the Rams don't win the Super Bowl. He is a closer. The Bills' defense, they were able to get to a point last year against Kansas City in one of the best games we've ever seen. They weren't able to get over that hump. With a Von Miller, they probably would have won a game like that.
Yeah.
So this could be a huge deal.
Interesting. When we come back, right before we get to trash, a couple of Mel Kiper notes about quarterbacks. Josh is saying Rams might have a shot at Bryce Young in this draft. We'll explain to you, Josh, why that is not the case when we come back right here on TNR.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
What are you waiting for?
It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality service and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson, and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
LT's about to give you trash, but first he's going to tell you about our friends at Buzzed, B-U-Z-D. As he's getting ready to tell you that, Mel Kiper is doing his he's got another big board that comes out Thursday. He still has 3 quarterbacks in the first round. The third one of the 3 is still Will Levis. Still. Even after everything that's happened this season, the interceptions, the 110-yard passing games and stuff, Kiper still says people are going to fall in love with his arm strength. He's got to make better decisions, but they think they can coach that out of him, comparing him to Josh Allen and Justin Herbert. Still, he has him number 3. C.J. Stroud is 2. Bryce Young is still his QB1, he says, and would not be surprised if he's the first overall pick in the NFL draft. Teams that are looking for quarterbacks, Houston, Carolina, Detroit, they say, even though they got a good one. Indianapolis, could be Seattle, Atlanta eventually, maybe even Las Vegas or someone else down the line there. Bryce Young is beloved. The problem with what the person in the chat room was saying about the Rams being in line to get him, the Rams are in line to have that draft pick, but they don't own the rights to it anymore.
They do not. That would be Detroit's selection. And I wonder what Detroit does with the money they've taken on with Jared Goff. And Jared Goff's having a really, really good year. Jared Goff is still really young. I mean, what do you do in that situation?
Yeah, it's a good question. When you said Detroit, I thought that. I'm like, They may not be quarterback this year. They may be another year or two away from
I'll
quarterback.
tell you what I would do is I'd put on the other side of Aiden Hutchinson. I'd put Will Anderson.
Yeah.
If he's there at 3, why not? If you're following at home, if the draft started today, Houston first overall, Chicago second, then the Rams third, but the Lions get the Rams pick, Denver fourth, but Rockstar, they don't need those picks because they don't have them.
Russell.
Seattle has that pick at 4 with a good year. And then Carolina is 5th. So some quarterback needs there at the top. Tell us about our friends at Buzz.
Hey, it's the fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Got home last night, realized didn't have any wine. What'd we do?
I bet you buzzed it.
We buzzed it. Buzz combines the best service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama first-of-its-kind service found on your app store, BUZD. Download it right now. Use that code NEXTROUND, 15% off your first order. They've got cannabis, including the Delta 8, alcohol, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed, BUZD.
Really, your Rams are in the spot where your path back would be to trade somebody like Aaron Donald. Now, the problem with Aaron Donald is you don't know how much longer that guy's going to play.
Well, you know, I've got a friend that believes we're going to trade Jalen Ramsey, which I don't know if that's the path back or not.
Well, you got to get draft picks somewhere, Lance. Y'all don't have any draft picks.
No, I get that.
You gave them all up for the Super Bowl.
I still think, though, that this Rams team without the injuries would not have been far off. Might have ended up being the best team
Trust
in the
me,
NFC this year.
I'm a fan of a team that did this, that traded almost every tradable piece they had, and it has worked.
Mika Fitzpatrick still making great plays with Pittsburgh.
That's right. Laramie Tunsil still blocking very, very well. I mean, Miami traded away a lot of talented guys, and it worked, but it's a painful process.
It was a long way of getting there. Forrester, do you have that Fox college football graphic I sent last night? Pull that up real quick before we do trash. If you don't think it's a little bit of a surprise that TCU didn't drop this past week in college football, look at this. Since the college football playoffs started after championship weekend, look at how many teams that were in the college football playoffs and lost dropped out. I mean, Georgia in 19 and 18, SC, of course, this year. Auburn in 2017, they were the highest that lost on championship weekend and dropped out. Wisconsin was a 4, Iowa was a 4, TCU was a 3. That's when it started in 2014.
They won and dropped out.
Yeah. They won and dropped out. They were the oddity. But everybody else, you know, for those that said, listen, the college football playoff champion, they shouldn't consider championship weekend, that has not been the case. 15, 2 and 17, 18, 19, 22. There have been teams that have lost that were in the playoffs going into championship weekend with people sitting at home that got bounced out there. I just thought that was an interesting graphic yesterday from Fox in college football. So TCU didn't drop at all. They're pretty lucky that there were not good teams with good resumes lined up behind them, or they would have slid out of that thing. Let's slide right into trash. Rockstar, hit it, man.
Hey, Wendy, can you read this?
Mike Coochie's Harry.
Can you?
That guy's laugh.
Mike Coochie's Harry. Mike Coochie's Harry. Mike Coochie's What the hell is your problem?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, with the rates trending upward, save yourself some money, stress, and time by buying your home with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. If rates rise during your lock-in period, your interest rate will not be affected. Plus, you'll know your home buying budget ahead of time. Pre-approve your budget. Maintain that 90-day interest rate lock-in period today by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. We start first.
Really annoying.
We do this every year with the Neiman Marcus 2022 Fantasy Christmas Gifts.
We got photos, right?
Yeah, these are good. First one is one of my favorites.
First one is
I want the Jim Harbaugh gold toilet.
This is close. Legendary basketball matchup with the Pippins. It's $333,333.
I play against the Pippins?
Now it's your and a friend's turn to play with the dynamic father and son duo. Learn a trick or two on the court following the shoot-around, unwind, recap with a private dinner hosted by Pippin and Pippin Jr. As a final thing to your day, sample Pippin's premier bourbon whiskey, Digits. then take home an autographed copy of his best-selling book, Unguarded.
That's a good deal.
If you asked me to do it, I would do it.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to pay you $1.
Yeah. I mean, Brown, if Charles Barkley was in Brown's house, Charles Barkley would go on the deck and tell them to shut the hell up.
Somebody going to say, hey, is Scotty's former old lady going to be there?
That's a little bit of a problem, wasn't it?
She was a looker, though, wasn't she? Yeah, $300,000 for that.
LT, again, I would go if y'all bought it for me, but I wouldn't pay. I wouldn't pay $100.
I am not playing here. I'm being honest. If somebody said
you're going to get an autographed copy of his book, did you not hear that?
If somebody said, hey,
Unguarded,
Scottie Pippen and his kid are at Lance's house, and they need one more guy for a game, I would say, well, somebody called Dunaway. I ain't going.
No, I'd go, but I wouldn't pay to go.
I wouldn't go.
I wouldn't go.
No, I wouldn't go. I got no desire. Never was a Pippen fan. Seen him one time in public.
I've got no opinion on Scottie Pippen. I just don't have any desire to play a basketball game with him.
Was just never a fan.
I mean, I'd go shoot around with Charles Barkley.
Yeah. I don't think I'd drive across town for it.
I'd do that. Diamond Tiara, $3.2 million. Created by esteemed Parisian jeweler Maison in 1935. The extraordinary halo head ornament is crafted with platinum. And it comes with 520 brilliant single-cut diamonds, approximately 42.1 carats.
Do you like those kind of eyebrows?
No, a little too thick. The assistant, Portia, the girl with the nose ring on White Lotus, she's got very thick eyebrows.
She looks like Penelope Cruz a little bit.
Yeah, she does have a little Penelope Cruz in her. What's this go for? What's this headband go for?
This is $3.2 million.
I'm going to pass on that one, too.
Yeah.
You guys are hard to please.
I'd rather play basketball with the Pippins.
Now, the next one, if you change the color, I'll take it. It's a Barbie Maserati. It's $330,000
if you change the color.
Now, Bo can get you one of these at our friends at Alfa Romeo and Maserati of Birmingham.
Can he get a hot pink?
I don't know if he can do the hot pink. Now, combining the superior technology, performance, and design of the new Maserati Gricoli Torrefio SUV with the power of pink, Neiman Marcus is partnered with the luxury Italian car manufacturer and Mattel's Barbie to create this one-of-a-kind on the road. That's a sweet car. I just don't like the color.
I don't understand besides the color, what am I paying $330,000 for?
The Barbie name.
Yeah, I mean, just the color.
I would ask the question, much like the one I got from my daughter when she was 3. Do I need those small batteries to put in to make the radio work? That was my daughter's favorite thing. She got the little Barbie Jeep that she drove around. Yeah. She never drove it. She had a neighbor a friend of hers that was 5.
That's all it sounded like.
She would walk next door and ask her, Tara was her name. Tara, will you come drive my Barbie Jeep? And she would sit in a typical Lance, really, but a typical Dunaway move. She would go ask somebody to come drive her around. She would just sit there and listen to the radio while her friend drove her around the driveway.
Sounds like a plan.
Baller move.
I would love that. I would just paint it. I'd paint it black.
Yeah. Or just go buy one for about a third of the price, right?
Yeah. No, I'm just saying if somebody gave me that. Of course, if you gave it to me and the stipulation was you've got to drive it pink, I would drive it pink.
I think I would, too.
I would take it.
I'd figure out a way to swallow that, yeah.
And finally, the Sweet Tooth Hotel Custom Mini Golf Course, $200,000. And you can have this. The Sweet Tooth Hotel will bring the joy and wonder of outer space to your doorstep and install a space-themed 9-hole mini golf course on your property.
Assuming you have enough property.
Assuming you have a football field
in your
effing
backyard. Eyesore. Yeah. How pissed would you be if your neighbor threw that out?
I'd rather you have an above-ground pool.
Yeah, I've got that.
You don't personally have it. Your neighbor does.
So you start with your intergalactic journey with a sparkling shooting star at the first hole, the astronaut experience at holes 2 and 3, then blast off with a 7-foot-tall rocket ship at hole 4. Holes 5 and 6 will have you navigating your way through anti-gravity and a mysterious black hole. And as you reach the other side of the galaxy at the final 3 holes, a new planet awaits your discovery. This is one of the dumbest things ever. I think I'd rather have the Pippen matchup.
Who are the 2 randos in the bottom right corner?
Those are the designers. The married couple that designed the golf course for you.
Yeah.
I tell you what, that first shot looks pretty tough, having to get it in that star.
Straight uphill.
It looks very real. It doesn't look like it's digitized.
Yeah, not at all. That's the way it's going to look in your yard, I promise. Yeah.
I do love a good putt-putt miniature golf outing.
I mean, they've got a better shot of the creator. Somebody pulling was his name John Gage, and Indecent Proposal and offering $200,000 for the guy's wife as opposed to the golf course.
It was very deep. You know what Jim likes? A very good putt-putt mini golf outing.
I do. I used to love it, man.
I did when I was a kid. When's the last time you played mini golf?
When the kids were a kid. But it was down in Gulf Shores. I mean, we're going to be in the area. If you guys want to talk some shit, we'll go out there and play one Saturday morning if you want to.
A little bit of an outing.
Wow. Let me think.
I'm going to pass, but yeah.
Floribama or mini golf.
It would only take an hour, unless we get behind that couple that makes every kid putt out.
Yeah.
So one airline passenger thought it was a great idea to place a six-pack of sharp or potentially dangerous items into his carry-on bag at LaGuardia in New York City on Sunday. It was quite the array, totaling 3 saw blades, 1 pair of nunchucks, a switchblade, and a folding knife for good measure.
The saw blades are what I wonder about there.
You don't worry about the nunchucks.
Is that a switchblade that's made like a bullet?
It's what it looks like, Jim.
like
Yep. Well, the nunchucks, Rockstar, you're going to have some room to get those cranking.
Yeah, but just imagine somebody hitting you with those things.
It'd knock you out, man. Look how thick those things are.
I'm going to go ahead and tell you, man, you do this one time, you're on a watch list forever.
Yeah.
For me.
Now, however, the Transportation Security Administration doesn't approve of such things as carry-ons. The items were caught during the pre-departure screening, and the agency later sent out a, quote, lump of coal chastising the Twitter, highlighting the incident. They went on to say, quote, a lump of coal for this guy for the holiday. 6 prohibited items, including a traveler's carry-on items at LaGuardia, 3 saw blades, nunchucks, switchblade, and a knife that folds into a bullet-shaped sheath. TSA recommends packing these items in a check bag, they went on to say.
Yeah, I would. Hey, my little daughter did a talent show at school, and some little Asian kid did a nunchuck display.
Pretty good.
It was freaking amazing.
I think so, too.
Did he get a standing O?
Yeah, everybody. What are you laughing at?
Just the description.
What? Was it Asian? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Asian kid.
Hey, so speaking of this stuff, I don't know if I ever told you guys the story about the dude that came and installed my dishwasher.
You never told me this story, Lance.
Well, no, it's pretty interesting because he handed me his pen to sign, whatever documents I had to sign for him to exit. And he had good weight on his pen. I was like, man, this pen's got really good weight. I like glasses with weight. I like pens with weight.
You told me this, yeah.
Yeah, and this dude was like, I'll tell you something about this pen. And he started pulling it, and he was like, you could kill a man with this pen. He was like, I take it on the plane all the time. It goes through security. Nobody says anything about it. He was like, just in case somebody's on a plane, I could stick this in their jugular, and it'd kill them quick. And then he showed me. I mean, it was a weapon. Good pen, though.
Wow.
I just wanted for the writing.
I thought you were going to tell me he gave it to you.
No, he didn't.
Take the pen.
He did not.
Jerry,
City,
take the pen.
Traverse City Police out of Michigan were needed to break up a fight Friday night between 2 30-year-old men dressed as Christmas characters. They were attending a work-related holiday party. According to Up North Live, one of the 30-year-old men was dressed as the Grinch. He was arrested for allegedly assaulting the other man who was dressed as a reindeer. Police who were called to the Hotel Indigo on Friday night discovered the man dressed as the reindeer defending himself from the Grinch as the Grinch was punching him. Police, believe it or not, believe the incident was fueled by alcohol.
Really?
That's going to be a weird day Monday when they do, because they're coworkers.
Yeah, I know. Hey.
That wasn't me. That was the Grinch, man. That wasn't me.
Bad.
Sorry about dotting your I.
Accident last week at a Walmart parking lot in Kilgore, Texas, left police facing a driver who would not offer a word of apology. Now, the Kilgore Police Department posted about the unusual occurrence on Facebook. They went on to say, we apprehended a reckless driver today after he ran into 2 cars in the parking lot at Walmart. The investigation revealed the dog was sitting in an unoccupied vehicle waiting on his humans while they shopped. He apparently got a little antsy, bounced around the cab, setting the truck in motion. The steering column had some prior damage, and the dog was able to place the vehicle and drive. He was also wearing a leash. It's believed it got caught on the emergency brake. Released that.
That's a lot of stuff to go right.
Yeah.
Police said
Did it jump down, hit the gas accelerator, jump back up?
Yeah.
The dog ended up in the driver's seat.
I doubt this story. That's not true.
I bet the driver was somewhere else drunk.
We got something else going on here.
You think that's what happens? He hits the car. He's drunk. He runs.
Blame it on the dog.
Yep. Leave the dog in here. Sorry, Pooch.
And finally, we've got well-known San Diegan and sword swallower Scott Nelson. I don't know him. Do you guys know him?
You don't know the legendary Scott Nelson?
The Scott Nelson.
San Diego's.
He's also known as the Murrigan the Mystic. He was hospitalized in Washington, D.C. following a, quote, unrelated sword swallowing mishap at Six Flags. Now, first responders were called to the scene.
That was a mishap.
At Six Flags of America, October 31st. Now, Scott Nelson, 59, was transported to an area hospital in serious but not life-threatening condition.
You gave me the sharp one, Brown, not the dull one.
Well, I think it takes a lot of practice. He has a picture of us at the hospital. And
this is him at the hospital?
He's going through, you gotta work to get your craft right.
Yeah.
So
I like it when Rockstar sets him up like this.
Oh, crap.
We've had some misses.
So he swallowed a sword and it came out his side?
He punctured his liver. I mean, he's done a lot of
He needs to focus more on, taking a bath and getting that haircut.
I knew it was coming, too.
I mean, wow.
Dude. Okay, so listen to this, though. According to the GoFundMe page created in Nelson's honor to assist him financially while he recovers, 5 swords scissored his abdominal cavity. It also appears I pierced the lobe of my liver, he went on to say. Now, part of Nelson's lung was removed, and doctors did not think Nelson would recover from the health scare.
Can I just say he's not real good at swallowing swords?
So is he going to recover or not?
Yeah, they say he's going to recover, but I don't think he's going to be swallowing swords.
Well, I don't think he needs to. He's not very good at it.
God, it looks like a bear attack.
Yeah.
That's pretty rough, man.
I mean,
he needs to wash his hair.
You know what the bear would say if he attacked him? Tastes a little greasy.
You need to wash your hair.
Yeah, that's trash brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right. Look, if you're in the housing market right now, surging interest rates, they might be weighing you down on your decision to buy a home, but Mortgage Right has a program that can lift the burden. If you're looking to save money on your new mortgage, temporary interest rate buy-down may be just what you need. Mortgage Right's temporary buy-down program, it lowers your initial interest rate during the early years of your mortgage, giving you a chance to save money in a more demanding housing market. With a variety of buy-down options and experts nationwide, Mortgage Right can help you purchase your home with the best possible interest rate. Call today, 205-815-9200 or online, mortgageright.com/TNR.
Daniel's right over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Looks like he met the Flint brothers back in your childhood.
Yeah, I mean, Boyd liked to throw those knives, no doubt.
Boyd.
Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Go by and see him. Open for lunch. Champy's world famous fried chicken. Great lunch, great dinner place. It's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 Alabaster.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Coaching carousel, you never know who's after who. Minnesota head coach has turned this into a new deal. PJ Fleck has just agreed to a new 7-year, $42 million deal, an increase of $1 million a year from his previous deal. He's the Gophers head coach. He's been there now 6 seasons.
Yeah, it's hard to believe. That was a hot name. You don't hear as much about him anymore.
Got a feeling he might stay put.
Yeah, I agree.
He's done a good job there, but he's never going to win a championship. So our friends from Urology Centers of Alabama, they are back in studio with us to talk about what can be a painful experience for a lot. Dr. Austin Lutz joins us right here on the Next Round. So from a female's perspective, I have heard that it's like giving childbirth having a kidney stone. Is the pain that bad? Have you heard that?
I certainly have. Extremely painful most of the time when the ureter gets distended with a kidney stone in there. So that is a very common comment that we hear from guys or from women, and they'll say as painful as childbirth.
You know, I'm interested, and I think all of our viewers would be too. Is there a way to prevent kidney stones, or is it just something that comes natural, hereditary kind of stuff?
There is. About 1 in 10 folks in America will have a kidney stone, and we actually are in sort of not only the Bible Belt, but the Stone Belt. It has to do with our diet. It has to do with the humidity. It has to do with the heat. So even more common really in the Southeast. Big things you can do is drink water. It's kind of like, a snowflake coming together, making a snowball. If you can flush out those crystals, then you have time to not make kidney stones. So drinking water about 3 liters a day. If you can do some of the things that we love to do in the South, but reduce some of the salt, animal protein, that can really help you as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested though. Water around here, and I grew up in Alabaster, where we have a lot of lime in our water. Does that add to the problem, though, too, that you got lime in your water?
It's a good question. There hasn't really been anything definitively sort of on water source. So the idea really is just to get enough that you stop that ability of crystals to sort of form into kidney stones.
Is there something I should avoid absolutely drinking? Because I think I used to hear like tea gives you kidney stones really bad.
Tea is high in something called oxalate.
Right.
And so the most common stone is calcium oxalate stone. So certainly a high oxalate diet can create some calcium oxalate stones. So sweet tea is there.
Ooh, what about unsweet? Like if I at least get it unsweet?
Nah, you're still there.
Nah, still there.
Now, how long does it take to form a kidney stone, and how big can these things get?
Yeah, like use a Titleist golf ball as an example.
I usually use a dime. A dime is 1.8 centimeters, so that's a big kidney stone where we would actually do a surgery to make a little incision into your back and go all the way in and use sort of a little vacuum cleaner jackhammer ultrasound to get it out.
Because you can't pass that, right?
You cannot pass that. That's too big. And some of these stones are called staghorns, so they'll take up the entire kidney. And that's something actually I do a whole lot of called a percutaneous procedure, where I go in through the back, make a little incision, find your way in. So they can be massive, and that can lead to infections and then kidney dysfunction.
So like right inside of your kidney, it's growing just the length of your kidney. Wow.
And sometimes these guys don't know about it. They'll come in, they're not having pain because you don't necessarily have pain from a stone that sits in the kidney.
Right.
It's sort of like a rock in a mason jar. It's sort of floating around. When it gets into the tube, well, now it's a rock in a garden hose, and you get all that back, sort of pressure and inflammation and swelling, and that's what creates all the pain.
I've told the story on the show before. A good friend of mine, we were at a Dolphins-Titans game in Nashville. He thought he had a stomach virus. It turned out to be a kidney stone. Vomiting is one of the signs. I mean, somebody over in the chat room is saying, last time I threw up was having a kidney stone. So back pain and vomiting, maybe that's a pretty good indication?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, back pain, we kind of say anywhere from the back all the way down into the testicle for some guys, so you wouldn't think that, but it can be referred all the way sort of down the ureter. And nausea, vomiting, blood in the urine, sort of this I can't get comfortable pain. I mean, usually episodic and pretty severe.
Is there a possibility, even if you do everything the right way, great diet, tons of water, is there still a possibility of getting these things?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, genetics plays a role. So, I mean, that's real important as well, family history. But, what we try to do when you get a kidney stone, if you've had one, I mean, that's also a huge risk factor. About half the folks will have another one in five years or so. But then we try to do something called a 24-hour urine to sort of study what dietarily or medically we can do to help you. So.
Lasers occasionally go and break them up, that kind of thing?
We do, yeah. I mean, if they're small, you kind of have three ways to get them. Laser and basket, that's a small one in the tube. You can blast from the outside with something called shockwave lithotripsy, or going in through the back when they're huge.
Did you like playing Asteroids, the old game when you were little? Is that when you said, you know what I want to do?
Yeah.
I want to be a urologist so I grow up. Blast the asteroids.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, man.
You grew up with Rockstar, though. I mean, I don't know.
I dread one of these things happening because, just reading the comments, man, worst pain ever when it's moving. I've had to pass about 4 over the years. Will absolutely down you like a punch from Tyson to the back.
Yeah, my dad has them, and I've never had one. But now that you bring up the shooting pain from my back into my testicles, that happens occasionally.
It's all it is all he'll say. I think I got a kidney stone.
They'll have to carry me out of here today by the time we're done.
Okay, so if you want to get treated, diagnosed, pretty simple. Urology Centers of Alabama, 205-930-0920.
That's it.
Dr. Austin Lutz, good stuff, man. We hope we never come across it, but if you do, you kind of know what to do with it now.
Yeah.
I'll see you next week, probably.
There you go.
We're going to have to bring Lance in. He recently bet a testicle on a game and lost.
I did.
So your practice could handle that, right?
That's right. It's gone.
Yeah.
It's easy.
Just extract it. Yeah.
But Brown.
Sherry's sitting in the corner just in awe.
But Brown won it. So
I won the bet.
How does he keep it stored?
Mason jar?
Is that refrigerated?
Formalin. It's fine. It'll stay good.
Okay, good. That's what I was worried about.
Works out really good. Do you give people their kidney stones after you take it out of them? Some
I
people want
do
them?
the massive ones, because they like
And what's the biggest you've ever seen?
I mean, the entire kidney will be full.
Oh.
I'll have.
Sounds
I
awful.
actually have one of those tomorrow, maybe 2. I can't remember if the other guy's a full staghorn.
Wait, so if he's got a full staghorn right now, is he just in pain, just waiting?
Not always, because sometimes they're not necessarily always totally obstructed. So the whole idea is being obstructed when it goes out of the kidney into the tube.
This is where the pain really starts.
Then the pain really starts.
But he's probably not on a patio drinking margaritas today.
Nah,
right?
I'd say he's not. I hope not.
All right. Thanks for being with us, Doc.
All right.
We appreciate it. Todd
Yeah.
Fuhrman from Vegas coming up. Speaking of Vegas, my bookie will get you into the game right now.
They will indeed, Jimmy D. Don't forget code next round when you go to mybookie.ag. All the NFL, college basketball, and football, and the share of cash prizes and weekly blackjack tournaments. Don't forget that code next round on a deposit of $500 or more. You can claim a bonus of up to $200. That is mybookie.ag, promo code next round. Mybookie.ag, promo code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag, promo code next round.
And Dr. Lutz, of course, always with us in our continuing series from our friends at the Urology Centers of Alabama.
Yeah, again, if you want to find out more about how kidney stones can be diagnosed, treated, anything you need from the Urology Centers of Alabama, 205-930-0920. Great stuff.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
122nd playing of the Army-Navy game will be down at the Floribama on Friday. Friday's our normal show, 9 to 1. Saturday, a specialty show. We're there with the veterans of the military watching Army-Navy. It's a fun weekend. We can't wait to do that Friday and Saturday. Part of our show this hour being brought to you by the great folks at Slice.
Yeah, local pizza, local ingredients, created by our friends, the Bajaya brothers, the late Jeff, Jason, Chris. Just incredible food, incredible concept. 3 locations currently, the original in Lakeview, one right down the road from us in Vestavia. There's one in Montevallo, and the newest is coming to Crestline. Right now you can get that curbside family pack. Be the hero. Take this on your way home. 12 fire-baked wings. You also get the half pan of the salad, whether it's a Caesar salad, house, red mott, spinach, or wedge, and any 2 pizzas, all for $75. That's Monday through Sunday from our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew.
We always look forward to talking with Todd Fuhrman, bettheboardpodcast.com, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter, the former odds maker there at Caesars Palace, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Fuhrman? How are you?
I'm doing very well this morning, gentlemen. Hopefully you boys are holding up well over there.
Doing fantastic. Thank you so much. When I see Alabama and Kansas State and the Tide favored only 4.5, is that a non-Bryce Young line or we don't know about Bryce Young line? What kind of line is that?
This is the books kind of operating under the assumption that Bryce Young is less than 50-50 to be out there starting quarterback for Alabama. If Bryce Young says, hey, look, I'm going to play in this bowl game and all my teammates that are draft eligible are going to join me against Kansas State, you're going to see this number move considerably. Because when you look at Alabama in this particular instance here, right around a 3.5, 4-point favorite, you know where the number closed last week, or at least I should say where it opened against TCU. Alabama versus TCU wouldn't be Alabama -2. It would be significantly higher. So this is books trying to get ahead of it, protect their liability, knowing that anybody running to bet Alabama now, unless they have intel, isn't going to be able to pull anything over on them.
So, Farmer, we got the standalone Army-Navy this weekend, which we're all going to be at the Floribama broadcasting for. And this is one of the more evenly sided matchups of this this series that I've ever seen. I mean, this is, it opened at Army -1. It's gone to Navy -2.5. But to me, this is an evenly matched. It's a tough game to handicap.
And I think when you look at the level of familiarity between these two teams, regardless of how their seasons have gone, they basically judge the entire campaign based on their performance in this game. And when you're looking at the number, you're exactly right, LT. I mean, this is extremely short for a game where you haven't seen a number this light since October 22nd you have to go back a handful of years. I have my data wrong in front of me. Don't want to share bad information there. What is interesting, though, about Army-Navy is the way that you've seen the betting market respond to the total. We've seen this game come in under seemingly every single year over the last 10 to 15 seasons, but this is also the lowest total that we've seen between these teams. When you look at the over-under trajectory, I mean, you go back to December 8th, 2012, and you're looking at a number of 55.5. Now we're looking at a total where all it takes is one fumble, one short field, and you're sweating bullets here. But each of the last 2 years, 36, 35.5, both of those games came in under, and I imagine books are going to find themselves rooting for these two teams to have an offensive explosion come Saturday.
Okay, the great Todd Fuhrman's with us. Better chance we see the underdog win the semifinals. Is it in the, and I'm talking money line here, is it TCU over Michigan or Ohio State over Georgia, in your opinion?
I think both these games are going to be phenomenal. When you look at the betting market, it's interesting to see how they've responded to Ohio State. I think there were a lot of folks that were optimistic that the Buckeyes could get Jackson Smith and Jigba back for this game. Obviously, he puts out the statement. He's focused on the NFL draft, and that's part of the reason that there were some sixes out there, kind of sitting in no man's land at 6.5. Based on number, it's Ohio State and talent, but I actually think TCU has more than a puncher's chance in this spot against Michigan. When you look at the weapons that TCU will bring to the table here, they're going to be healthier than what they were down the stretch. Michigan, in my opinion, defensively hasn't really been tested the same way that they could be by TCU with some of the up-tempo capabilities they have there. I think the biggest question the Horned Frogs are going to have to answer, if they're live underdogs in this spot, can they hold up in the trenches? If Michigan wants to play that bully ball and try and run downhill even without Blake Corum, can TCU do enough to slow them down there? But I think the Frogs on a slower track are actually going to benefit immensely to Fiesta Bowl. I think they're a live dog, at least the way things look right now.
Ooh, a live dog from Fuhrman. Todd Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, BetTheBoardPodcast.com. You can also follow him at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter, former odds maker there at Caesars Palace. The Iowa-Kentucky Music City Bowl total is 32.5. Can you make a case? Can you make a case for the over at 32.5?
I mean, it's even lower than that now. I'm looking at 31.5 pretty much across the market. We're going to have a third-string quarterback under center for Iowa. I'm not sure that's exactly a massive downgrade given what we saw from Alex Padilla and Spencer Petras throughout the course of the year. And if you're handicapping Kentucky, I don't think anybody is going into this game expecting Will Levis to be out there. So the clock will continue to be moving, but they are defenses capable of creating a short field or two. And while it won't feel like a pleasant experience to ring in New Year's, especially out here on the West Coast at 9 a.m. local time with an 11 o'clock central kickoff in the Music City Bowl, the only way for me to look is to go over a total this low in a bowl game. You figure there'll be a trick play or two, a little bit of rust, and maybe a short field that allows you to live a little bit more comfortably.
How small is the handle going to be this week on Heisman Trophy?
You're not going to see any money really changing hands now. A lot of jurisdictions, actually, as soon as all the votes have come in, won't even take bets. And for some of the markets that are out there now, when you look at the prices, they're so prohibitive. You'll have a couple folks looking to put a $5 and $10 bets to take flyers on some of the long shots. But for the most part, I don't think books are really going to break much of a sweat. If you had the foresight to see some of this coming, you actually could have had a better price on Caleb Williams midway through the season when he was right around 12-1 early in November than you would have before the season started, where he went off in that 8.5 to 9 range.
NFL draft, do y'all take bets on who the first overall pick will be? And do you think it's an Alabama player? Do you think it could be Will Anderson or Bryce Young?
I would be shocked if it was Will Anderson, if the Houston Texans, picking number 1, elected to go along the defensive line, knowing that they used a top 3 pick last year to take Derek Stingley. So I think they have to go in the direction of quarterback. There are odds on it, and when you're looking at some of the prices that are out there right now, it's a toss-up between C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young kind of being the first player off the board. Those guys, most of the books, a shade less than 2-1. Will Anderson, though, not much further down at plus 380. And in my opinion, guys, if you really like to live dangerously and you shop around, the player who I think is going to look better than anybody when you're throwing in shorts against air, look for Anthony Richardson's numbers to come down substantially. I know it's a relatively soft draft class from the quarterback position, and when you look at his accuracy, it's nothing to write home about. But I really believe as we start to go into these draft cycles and you begin to look at some of the measurables here, he's going to forecast quite favorably in the mold of a Josh Allen. When you're talking about a quarterback that didn't perform well, throwing the football from an accuracy standpoint, that has all the raw physical attributes you want from a franchise quarterback.
Todd Fuhrman on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. The Bills make it official today that Von Miller is out for the season, their best defensive player. What does that do to their long-term odds?
It changes the outlook a little bit because you obviously want a pass rusher of his capacity out there when you're going up against potentially the Chiefs and the Bengals as you get deeper into the AFC playoffs. But it won't move the number a ton. You can find the Bills at a price as short as 3-1, upwards of 4-1 if you look around. But it's a lot more bunched up in the AFC than it's been in the past. The Bills and Chiefs kind of that first tier there, but you've seen the number on the Cincinnati Bengals come down over the last 3 weeks from 20-1 at the peak to win the market, now down to 12-1. The NFC is where it gets even more interesting given the injury news we saw last week. It was the Eagles and 49ers neck and neck, but the 49ers price drifting out with Brock Purdy set to assume the reins there. And you've seen the Cowboys odds shorten as a result, so they become the beneficiary of Jimmy Garoppolo being shelved for an extended period of time. All three of those teams, anywhere from 6-1 on the low end, upwards of 9 or 10-1 if you look around a bit.
Yeah, I almost took a flyer on San Francisco about 3 weeks ago at like 12 or 13-1. I felt really good about them winning the NFC and then being in that one-game situation. Now you don't feel so good, but when you look at this number against Tampa on Sunday, I mean, how much different would it have been? They're 3.5-point favorites right now. I mean, I'm assuming maybe 5.5 or 6 with Garoppolo, but it's not much different.
Yeah, this is the biggest debate right now in terms of trying to quantify the impact of Jimmy Garoppolo, because you're right, LT. The look-ahead number here before we saw Tampa play on Monday night was San Francisco in that 6.5 range. Now suddenly you're going from a quarterback that clearly has elevated the 49ers when you look at the win-loss record for Kyle Shanahan with Jimmy Garoppolo on the field versus without. It's a seismic difference. Brock Purdy, it's a fascinating case study to figure out who the real Brock Purdy is, because he's a quarterback that was obviously drafted last, Mr. Irrelevant, but for a couple of years there when he was trending up, people had talked about Brock Purdy as being a first-round talent before he kind of hit the skids in Ames. So maybe this gives him a new lease on life. It seems like the team is extremely optimistic about his capabilities, but the nice part about handling things under center for the 49ers, just don't turn the ball over with a defense that elite. And I think it makes a game that was already pretty intriguing on paper even more so with the questions that San Francisco has to answer under center.
Well, all these years, we know each other a lot better now, Fuhrman. You know that I could be sitting in the room with the three tenors and I would offer them advice about voice lessons. So here's my free play for the weekend. Giants. Love the Giants against the Eagles. What do you think of that play?
This is a number you're getting the best of it right now. Philly opened a shade lower at 5.5. I think the big question for the Giants, can they fix all that ails them offensively? Last week, relatively unfortunate to get the tie against the Commanders, albeit a cover as a 2.5-point underdog. But you look at some of the weapons that are out there, and Richie James and Darius Slayton, no knock on those two. Those shouldn't be your top two pass-catching options for any NFL offense. You've seen teams really key on Saquon Barkley, and Philadelphia is getting better in the trenches. In what I think will be a little bit lower scoring game than what the over-under suggests in the mid-40s, I have no problem making a slight case for the Giants being live underdogs.
Wow.
I would like them a lot better, though, if they had a healthy Adoree Jackson and Xavier McKinney out there. I don't expect either of them to be active until they play the Commanders in Week 15.
Remaining World Cup, I'm asking the soccer question here. Is Brazil a heavy favorite, solid favorite? What are they to win this thing?
Yeah, they're massive favorites, price less than 2-1. When you look at Brazil, the big question coming into their first knockout stage game is how Neymar was going to look with the return from an ankle injury, knowing that they had lost Gabriel Jesus up front. Neymar looked the part, and a favorable matchup for them against Croatia in the round of 8. I think any soccer fan, casual or otherwise, would love to see Argentina-Brazil as a semifinal matchup there. And the other half of the draw with a very distinct European flavor, I think Portugal is the team you're going to want to keep tabs on. Yes, they won't have an easy match against Morocco this weekend, but I think they have a slightly more favorable road than odds makers are giving them credit for.
Rockstar will attest to this. Brown, not a huge soccer fan, but he's so much into this World Cup soccer. I asked for change from a 5 earlier today. Gave it back to me in euros.
Joe, it's a long way to go.
Dunaway is on a roll today.
Long way to go for a joke there, Fuhrman. Fuhrman, thank you so much for the time. Enjoy your weekend.
Hey, always a pleasure, gentlemen. Enjoy the games this weekend.
All right, buddy. Take care. Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, bettheboardpodcast.com. I'll admit, I watched more of it than I thought I would. I didn't know the games were going to be on during our show. That was the whole reason I tapped out of the pool. I didn't know the games would be on during the show.
Well, can we redraft at 8?
Yeah.
We all get one team?
Yeah, I'll take Brazil.
It's too easy now with Brazil.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
take
but if
Brazil.
it's just a luck.
No, let's
luck
don't do it
draw.
because if you got the one pick, you got Brazil and you're going to win it.
You don't necessarily know Brazil's
He
going to win.
just told you they're a heavy favorite.
I mean, Portugal though is so good that they got that one dude on the bench. Ronaldo's not even playing. He didn't show up. He didn't even show up at the game. He pulled a Trey Young.
Oh, he sat out.
I don't think was he on the bench.
He had his penny on. He was there.
Yeah. Okay.
He
So
just
he
didn't
was
play.
sitting on the bench.
Well, they already clinched it. There's no point in risking getting hurt.
Yeah.
Since he's scored in 5 World Cups.
Yeah. No. I mean, I'm probably not going to watch the rest of it, so I don't want to bet on it.
Yeah.
I'm
Friday,
not.
there's 2 games.
Oh yeah, but we'll be. Well, I guess they'll be on TV at the Florida-Bama Friday.
I don't know.
Probably, yeah.
I don't know if we can assume they'll be there. I don't know if that's the case.
Yeah. I don't want to bet on if I'm not going to watch it.
I'll be listening to great live music down at the
Oh,
Florida.
I will too. Yeah.
Looking forward to that. Looking forward to Bromberg's as well. The first time I didn't even know this happened. It's my lack of knowledge about the wedding experience, but we went to a wedding shower Saturday, and they were registered at Bromberg's, and that's where we got the gift.
Yeah, hey, look, they've got that extensive giftware department to service the registry and brides of grooms and brides right here in Birmingham. Family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, they've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. This holiday season, nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store. Go to brombergs.com.
All right. We'll get back into the college football conversation as we continue on. Not everybody is fired up about Deion Sanders at Colorado.
Oh, no. It's gotten some criticism.
3-star running back A.J. Newberry was committed back in April to Colorado. He's from the state of Texas. He decommitted. And picked Vanderbilt yesterday. Flipped from Colorado to Vanderbilt.
I will make a prediction. He signs a higher-rated running back in this class.
Than 3-star.
Not necessarily in this first signing period, but in the next.
Yeah, I would agree.
Well, I thought to myself, A.J. Newberry knew that the luggage he was bringing from Jackson State was the 5-star guy.
Yes.
He was bringing Louis with him. He knew that A.J. Newberry wasn't going to get on the field for a while. So I understand that transfer.
On the Deion thing, a lot of people are pissed about the way he addressed the team. I saw a different, and this is not my original thought, but I saw this on Twitter last night, and I wish I could remember who it was, saying, look, these guys are getting paid now.
Yeah.
We call them kids, but they're out there making NIL money. These are professional players now. He's treating them like an adult. I mean,
the only
this
problem
is kind of the way an NFL team would operate.
The only problem I had was him introducing Shedeur as your quarterback, and then he backtracked saying he's going to have to work for it.
Yeah.
Now he's going to have to work for it. But I had no problem him telling the kids my high school. Did anybody else get a new high school coach when you were in high school? I mean, kids, if you're not going to work hard, you're not going to be part of this team. That was in high school.
I think the way he went about it, the tact on just going in and saying, hey, you guys get ready for the portal.
Well, and what I heard when he said that, and I had seen it before, and then we played it on the show both times I watched it, was him basically saying, if you're thinking about hitting the portal, go ahead and do it. Let's don't drag your feet here.
See, I didn't hear it that way.
That's the way I heard it.
I heard all of y'all suck.
Well,
we've been through this for more than 2 decades.
The record says they suck. Deion didn't have to tell him that.
Yeah, your tape don't lie.
Yeah.
Nichols Outfitters holiday gifts as well from our friends at Nichols, Brownie. Tell them about it.
Jim, they don't suck. Nichols Outfitters. Listen, year-end sale continuing there at Nichols. Items up to 30 to 50% off to make room for all the new stuff. If you want a gift for an outdoorsman, it's a great place to do it. And while you do it, take advantage of this great opportunity to get something for a great deal. 30 to 50% off select items right now till 2023. Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Always online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today, or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Insurance premiums are increasing on your home, your automobile, and your business like never before. And having just one company as an option can cost you thousands of dollars each year. I'm Tyler Watts with Tyler Watts & Associates. We're an independent insurance agency and represent over 50 companies such as Nationwide, Progressive, Allstate, Travelers, just to name a few. Finding an affordable option with A-plus rated companies is what we do for our clients. Don't be held captive to just one company. Let me and my staff help you today. Call me at 205-664-4444. That's 205-664-4444.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Samford football, Friday night national stage on ESPN2 at 6 o'clock, playing at North Dakota State. And we've said all week long, this is like going to play at Yankee Stadium, playing at the Fargo Dome. Inside the dome, packed house, great crowd support. Samford rolled in as a 6th seed, now to the Elite Eight. They go on the road against the heralded North Dakota State team that has won a ton of championship. Here is Chris Hatcher talking about the Dogs' challenge this week.
When you think FCS football, North Dakota State, comes to mind. And, we're a find-a-way group. We're excited about playing. We're not going to back down from anybody. And, it's like I told the team the other day that, the Samford Bulldogs play really well on Friday nights in dome stadiums. And so we're excited about the opportunity. We're going to be ready to play.
Oh, he's trying to get them fried chicken gizzards.
Yeah, I like his attitude.
I love Hatch.
He's a glass overflowing kind of guy.
Hey, listen, those 16.5-point dogs in this game, I mean, they are fighting an uphill battle.
That is a big number.
Yeah.
Now, is quarterback back?
I do not think Michael Hires will play. I don't know any inside information, but it's a wrist injury. Some people think it's broken, and I don't know if the coach has said whether he's playing or not. He went out there and gave it a go, I think, first snap or two early, and Crittenden came in. And
Crittenden played well.
Yeah.
But boy, I'm telling you, man, it's going to be a hostile environment like you've never seen. If you're this Samford team, I mean, they've played, at Georgia? Was it this year they played?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, played at Georgia. I mean, in a lot of ways, that was probably a dead Georgia crowd. this will be a hyped indoor. This will be maybe the toughest atmosphere, even though you played at Sanford Stadium, just because of what's on the line here.
Our friends at Wayne's bring you the show.
866-WAYNES-1 is the number to call. That's 866-WAYNES-1. They've been out in my yard recently getting my yard ready in this fall shutdown for the spring and summer. If you want your yard to look the best it can in the spring and summer, make sure you get the proper nutrients and pre-emergence in the soil, in the root system right now in the fall shutdown season. You do that with EnviroLawn from Wayne's. EnviroLawn is such a good system at Wayne's. You don't even have to think about it, and your yard looks great. We're going to help you out here with the code TNR. When you call 866-WAYNES-1, we're going to pay for the first month for you. You get 12 months for the price of 11. 866-WAYNES-1. Use the code TNR, and you save on the first month of EnviroLawn with Wayne's.
A couple of interesting things to think about here. We'll do fact or fiction in our next segment. So many players in the portal. I think yesterday the number hit 14 for Texas A&M. Is there a point? Stuart Mandel says the answer is yes. Is there a point where at some point in the near future a team will have to forfeit a bowl game because they will not have enough players because of the portal?
LSU was close last year, I think. I think there were, or was it 2 years ago?
It was last year, 39 scholarship players.
Yeah, I think LSU, there were some talks that I don't know that they can actually pull this off. They've got 39 scholarship players.
Yeah, but they still, with walk-ons and everything, probably had close to 60 guys.
You probably did, yeah.
But the Athletics, Stuart Mandel thinks maybe not this year, next year soon, because of the portal and so many people hitting the portal and opt-outs and people, declaring for the NFL draft, that he thinks we will see a team not be able to field a team and forfeit a bowl game.
I think some of that, too, will be the coach doesn't want to take a bad L. And I think the coach will probably lean on the AD like, hey, look, it's going to look bad for all of us. I don't have anybody playing. All my good guys are going.
I could see that.
I enjoyed, I don't know what it was about me, but I enjoyed watching and cheering for the LSU team last year.
Yeah, they played
well.
Yeah, they played well in that game. That was the Houston Bowl, wasn't it? The one down in Houston, if memory serves. And they were so underhanded, but played their tail off. I mean, you look at a bunch of kids out there that it's going to be the biggest playing time they've ever had, the most playing time they've ever had.
If you missed it earlier, Jeff Brohm's the new coach at Louisville. He leaves Purdue. P.J. Fleck, who, if you're reading the tea leaves, may have been in the mix for that Louisville job, gets a new contract extension at Minnesota, getting $1 million raise there. That's some of the coaching carousel stuff today. Barry Odom got the UNLV job yesterday. We'll see if he can turn that into an interesting job. The one-time Missouri head coach, who, by the way, same time that Eli Drinkowitz has been at Missouri, Eli Drinkowitz 17-18. Barry Odom was 19-19. So Barry Odom slightly better than what Eli Drinkowitz has done. Barry Odom only got one more year the next year, and they were 6-6 and went to a bowl game, and he still got fired. Eli Drinkowitz just got a contract extension for not doing as good of a job as Barry Odom.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, and I was a little surprised when Barry Odom got fired. It was hard to replicate what Gary Pinkel was able to do there. I don't think anybody's ever going to be able to do that again. And now Missouri maybe realizes, hey, look, as long as we're 500 in the SEC, we're making money. This is what we'll take.
I haven't seen this officially, but there was a lot of speculation when that extension hit that it was one of those where he took much more up front for a greatly reduced buyout. In other words, we'll give you $6 million now, but if we redo this, we're going to need to drop that buyout to, pennies.
Right. So that they can fire him.
That's right.
Cheaper.
So we'll pay more on the front side so we can get out of it a little easier if we need to.
Probably knows that's coming.
But it's a good gamble because, hey, if he works, all right, we're paying a guy more that's winning now.
That's right.
And if he doesn't work, we've paid a little bit more, but we're saving considerably on the buyout if we have to exercise.
Max Duggan in just a second, and what he has done to make it to New York City, and then our fact or fiction in the next segment. But if you're a veteran out there, or if you know a veteran, I got a special deal with you with my buddy Greg Nelson from Storm Restoration Roofing. Now, he gives everybody a free, no-cost roof inspection. Everybody, 205-542-3531. But if you're a veteran of the armed services here in the United States of America, he takes care of your pipe jack boots, your flashing, your gutters for you at no cost there. Find out what Greg will do for you as an American veteran. Right now, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, pipe jack boots, flashing gutters. Greg's ready to take care of you as a veteran, just to say thank you for your service. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. You can look him up that way. You can call this number, 205-542-3531. And if you're a veteran or know a veteran, call Greg and let him help you out. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Locally owned. He and his wife own the company. It's been locally owned for over 20 years. The best warranties in the industries, and insurance companies trust him. And just an absolutely free no-cost roof inspection. 205-542-3531 or Greg from Pell City and Facebook's. Max Duggan talking to WFAA down in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. That's the news station in Dallas. And Max Duggan answering questions now about going from QB2 now to the Big Apple.
Go back to early September, start of the year, you're not named the starter. Could you have imagined this moment standing here as a Heisman finalist in your wildest dreams?
Yeah, I don't know what I would have said to you if you said, this is where I was going to end up at. But I think that's what happens when you just stay the course, stay at a place that you love, continuing to work hard and be surrounded by great people. Because, even without this, if I wasn't standing up here, I'd still be as happy, as I am today, whether I was playing or not. But, getting to be here at TCU when we're winning, that's what I wanted, when I came out of high school.
What a weird logo on the shirt, by the way. It is the smallest you could.
What font you want? 8.
Okay.
Max, don't want anybody to be able to see this.
Max, we're going to want you to wear a TCU shirt. I don't want anybody to know I play for TCU.
Yeah.
Okay.
So don't put horned frogs and make it as small, subliminal.
Yeah.
Is what that is.
It's a heck of a story, though, for Dykes to be in his first year there, for this guy to be in New York. Dykes is cashed in today on a contract extension. So
Sonny's got one today as well?
Yeah, I didn't look at all the details.
They said he's paid towards the top tier of the Big 12, and they put in relation $7.5 million what Mike Gundy makes.
Yeah.
Don't we know people that know Sonny Dykes as agents?
We know some people that were Sonny Dykes agents. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Yeah. So that was when the worm turned for me on the old TCU. I was pulling for him all year until I heard that story.
Yeah, me
but
too.
I was like, okay.
Yeah.
I don't think Kansas can beat them, but I'm going to go pull for Kansas.
Hashtag go blue.
Yeah.
It's almost like they're looking for storylines at the Heisman ceremony because everybody knows Caleb's going to win it. You got Stetson there that really nobody deserves. He believes he deserves to be there. But the Max Duggan story, to start out number 2, to have heart surgery this year.
Don't you guys feel bad for Stetson?
I don't feel bad for Stetson. No, he's about to play for his second national championship.
But everybody's piling on this guy. First off, he didn't vote for the Heisman.
Right, he doesn't give a shit, though.
I mean, how many voters are 1,996 voters, however many they are. Stetson Bennett didn't say, hey, vote for me for the Heisman. And now you got to sit here for 2 days and people trash the guy? All he does is go out and win football games.
I don't know if he really hears people saying that about the Heisman.
It's everywhere, LT.
It's people talking.
I mean, it literally everywhere you went yesterday, people were like, Stetson Bennett. You can't click on Twitter without seeing Nicole Auerbach or somebody saying we need to take away a lot of the votes, which I have no problem taking away a lot of the voters out there. As long as my boy LT gets the vote. I mean, I don't know how many voters there should be. I don't know who all votes. But she was saying a lot of people just voted for the number one team's quarterback. They don't watch the game. I'm not sure they did that.
Yeah, I think this was people that voted for Stetson Bennett. This was a career achievement.
Yeah,
I don't think it's because he's Georgia's quarterback.
Right. I think what happened is there was 2 guys you could vote for, either Caleb Williams or Max Duggan. You've got to put 3 on a ballot. And I think a lot of people deferred. I can't find that third, so let's go with the career.
Yeah, there just weren't a bunch of obvious guys out there.
But I'll go back to Mark Ingram when he won it in 2009. You had the best team in America, right? And people go, all right, I've got to vote for, it's just normal, right? If they're the best team in America, let me vote for somebody off the best team in America. And they chose Mark Ingram, and that's who most people voted for.
Am I right, though, that year it was Toby Gerhart at Stanford, and then late Ndamukong Suh came on at Nebraska. I mean, that was an unconventional year. You don't even have a quarterback in that discussion. Think about that.
That's right, yeah.
There was no obvious quarterback that year. I don't even know who the top quarterback was that year. I don't remember.
But it seemed like Ingram's numbers were less than some of the other running back numbers that were out there.
Yeah, but he was on a championship, and he carried, in a lot of ways, a championship team. Didn't really have a bad game until the Iron Bowl. Yeah. And that was what maybe almost cost him the trophy.
Yeah, I just, Stetson didn't ask for this scrutiny. He's just winning football games, man. He's just...
Again, I think he's got plenty on his plate.
Yeah. All right, when we come back, we'll do some fact or fiction.
Yeah, that's got to go. Could you imagine if Stetson happens to win and he's in the Heisman house and Tebow opens the door and says, who are you, kid?
Yeah.
You here to clean the pool?
Mel's here.
Mel's here, or the milk, whichever NIL deal he's representing today. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. Hey, one thing about the 20 or so day layoff, Ohio State will be a healthy football team by the time you roll around. Their running backs should be a full running back room by the time they play the Georgia Bulldogs.
Hey, 'tis the season to make your plans to get moving in 2023. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they encourage you to start out 2023 with less pain. Schedule any elective orthopedic procedures you've been putting off. Make an appointment. Start saving today. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/providers.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
It's time to race around Talladega and help out Toys for Tots. It's happening 9-1 December 10th. That's this Saturday at the Talladega Superspeedway. For a $50 donation per vehicle, you can drive around the track for 3 full, exhilarating laps with all donations going towards Toys for Tots. It's also free to attend and explore the Talladega Garage experience. We encourage everyone who attends to bring a new unwrapped toy for Toys for Tots. Learn more at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Hell yeah, I would too. Breaking news, Will Levis has made his decision. Let me guess, Brown. He is not coming back to Kentucky.
You know, it's odd. He's chosen not to play against Iowa in the bowl game, Jim. He is going to the NFL.
I mean, right now, if I am still in Mel Kiper's first round, and nobody has seen me in a combine or anything,
I'm not even working out for pro day.
Heck yeah, that's right. I'm going to shut it down. I'm not going to the combine. I'm not going anywhere. You guys don't want to take me in the first round? That's fine. Take me in the second round.
Well,
Somebody's going to gamble on me.
I'll say this about Will Levis, though. He could not possibly hurt his stock any worse. There's nothing he could do to hurt his stock.
His workout could not look any worse than throwing 2 interceptions and 110 yards passing.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I ever see from the guy. I've never seen him play a good game. So I don't get it. I will never get it. Maybe he'll be Tom Brady one day, but he's going pro.
Thank you, hashtag Big Blue Nation. Kiper, I mean, this was a story that was written today at ESPN.com comparing him to Josh Allen and Justin Herbert.
Now, look, I'm not going to pretend like I watched a lot of Josh Allen at Wyoming. Obviously, he's a tremendous NFL quarterback, but I watched Justin Herbert at Oregon. He looked, and I still think the questions are out on Justin Herbert, by the way, in the NFL.
I don't. Their defense is awful.
Well,
I think Herbert's fine.
Every time I watch him, he's trying to keep his team above 500.
Don't they have a Bosa?
Every single game.
What's that?
Don't they have a Bosa?
Everybody in the NFL has a Bosa.
They got a Bosa. But
if you got a Bosa, your defense can't be that bad.
They're 30th in scoring defense right now. Here's the thing I would say.
I got a Bosa. You got a Bosa. We all got Bosas.
When Justin Herbert first played, he came in for, I forgot who the injured quarterback was in 2016, but after watching him for 4 games, I said this guy will ultimately be the number 1 overall pick. I said it on our show back in 2016. He didn't go number 1. He went in the top 10. But Justin Herbert, to compare him to Justin Herbert, I don't see
No, I do find
close.
that ridiculous. That was going to be my point, is I still think there are questions out on Herbert, but watching him at Oregon, way better than Will Levis.
I've got some facts or fiction topics for you here, but LT, tell us about our friends at Hemp Hill Services. They bring you the lock every day. The winning weeks keep stacking up for LT's lock, and he sends out a free one every day, courtesy of this show at The Lance Taylor.
Yeah, our friends at Hemp Hill, again, for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Hit it, Rockstar. We don't have a fact or fiction.
Facts.
Or fiction. Fiction. Deion Sanders.
Fact.
Gets Colorado to a bowl game before Kenny Dillingham gets Arizona State to a bowl game. Fact or fiction?
Oh, man, bowl game is such a low bar. I'll go fact because I think Deion will have much more success out of the portal than
Yeah, I think Deion's probably 6-6 next year.
Yeah, I think
I
he
would
can do
go
it next
fact.
year. Yeah.
Well, that's 1 win to 6 wins?
Yeah, I can see that.
Oh, pull up Colorado's out of conference schedule.
What, next year?
Yeah. I do wish that Aflac would get together and get Colorado to come in and play Alabama. That'd be fun.
Cool.
That'd be a fun game.
So you want Colorodo's non-conference next year?
Yeah.
I clicked on California. You're
They
gonna
open with Nebraska. I know that.
Oh, in Ireland?
It's not Ireland.
Then Nebraska has a fighting chance.
2023, they play at TCU to open the year.
A loss.
Nebraska at home.
Probably a loss.
Colorado State at home.
50-50.
Then they start conference play at Arizona State.
Do they?
So there's your head-to-head right there.
Do they get a good draw, or do they get the USC's?
They've got
Utah?
USC at Folsom Field. They're at Oregon in back-to-back weeks. Then at the my gosh, listen to this stretch. Listen to this stretch for Prime. Oh no! I'm sorry. Those aren't dated yet. Those are just stacked in order. My
Okay.
apologies. So they're just stacked.
But they do play those teams, right?
They play all these teams. The way they've got it stacked, it looked like they played USC at Oregon, at UCLA, at Utah in consecutive weeks.
There's the schedule there.
Yeah, but those Pac-12 games don't have dates yet.
So they do get the USC, Oregon, UCLA, Utah. By the way, at Oregon, at UCLA, at Utah, at Washington State. Ouch.
I mean, really, the only good games I feel good about are Stanford and Colorado State.
Yeah. And the Arizona State's a toss-up.
Hey, that's doubling your win total.
That
if it
is
gets
a
two.
brutal
But
schedule.
That's a long way from 6 and getting to a bowl game.
But I know how bad Arizona State was, so I'll still say Deion.
I'm going to roll with Dillingham. That's an interesting statement if we want to circle back to that one later
Yeah,
on.
you haven't even looked at his non-conference. You want his non-conference real quick just to see? Southern Utah.
I like that.
Oklahoma State. Fresno State. All at home.
That's the only one I feel good about there is Southern Utah. Fact or fiction? Garrett Riley as a head coach gets to a bowl game before Kendall Briles as a head coach. Neither one of them have head coaching jobs right now.
Yeah, and I don't know that Kendall, I don't know.
You don't think he's on a fast track?
I mean, Kendall Briles been out there for a little while, and
Yeah.
I don't know that he's ever sniffed a head coaching
And it
job.
just seems like it's this.
Yeah.
I will go, it will be Garrett Riley.
Yeah, I think I'll go Garrett Riley on that one.
Fact or fiction? Good basketball game tonight, by the way. Celtics and Suns, 9 o'clock ESPN. Celtics will win the NBA championship this year. Yes or no? Fact or fiction?
They've already got 20 wins right now.
Jason-
I'm gonna take the field.
Jason Tatum looks like the MVP right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the field though.
Yeah, last night Charles declared Jason Taylor was the MVP.
Yeah, he said Jason Taylor.
Got all over it. I think I would take the field. Celtics or the field? Is that my question?
Yes.
I think I'll go field.
So
Who'd
fiction
you
on
go
that
field?
I did go field. I had the Celtics last year before the playoffs, but they came close.
They did come close.
Does this show you how little? I don't know. Do you think coaching matters very little in the NBA?
Because they shut their coach down weeks before the start of the season.
weeks before the start of the season, they're having this incredible year.
Yeah, and before that, Brad Stevens got out.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr left the broadcast booth, went right to the bench, and has turned in a dynasty in Golden State. Pull up UConn's basketball schedule, Brown. UConn basketball schedule. UConn will exit December unbeaten. I bring that up because
they lose tonight.
Tonight they're at Gainesville. So you think Florida gets them tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I've got 8 plays out there. Florida's one of them, plus 5.5. I mean, I don't know if they get them. It's going to be a tight game.
So you like Florida in a close one at the O
UConn's
Center.
legit.
They play after playing at Florida. What? I got to get them through December.
Yeah.
At Butler, they play Long Island at Butler. That's a tough game.
Yeah.
On the 17th, they host Georgetown, a program that is a
Terrible team.
shell of itself. Host Villanova and then at Xavier.
Villanova's horrible this year too.
And then at Xavier.
Oh, I think they get past Florida tonight. They got a shot.
that's right.
But I think at Butler's your toughest one on the 17th.
I'm going to go they win tonight. I'm going to take fact. UConn goes into January unbeaten tonight. What about you, Brownie?
Yeah, I think they will. I think they'll exit December unbeaten.
Okay, 2 more fact or fiction here. Anthony Richardson will be drafted higher than Will Levis in the NFL draft.
That's fiction, but did you hear Fuhrman say that that's the guy that the odds will drop on with Richardson because he'll show out in his pro days?
Anthony Richardson will be drafted higher than Will Levis in the NFL draft.
I mean, I feel really confident there's going to be 4 quarterbacks in the first round, and Anthony Richardson is at 4th.
But he'll go behind Will
But
Levis.
I'm going to go Levis. I'm going to say that's fiction.
He had to get some kind of information back to me, Anthony Richardson did, for him to declare. That seemed to be a quick out of nowhere about when everybody was getting their NFL grades.
Well, it could have been, hey, you forgot to go to class for last year.
You forgot. You know what I forgot to do?
That could be
I've been doing it every week.
Forgot to go to class again.
The letter that he got.
Yes.
Okay, one more. Aaron Judge signed a 9-year, $360 million deal with the Yankees today. He's 31. That'll carry him to 40. Aaron Judge will never win a World Series. Fact or fiction?
Fact.
I'm going to go fiction just because they are so due to win a World Series.
When's the last time they won one?
I think it was 2000.
With Derek Jeter?
Yeah. I think they've
I'm going
only
to look this one up.
They've only played one since 2000.
That's insane.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think they lost in 2001 to Arizona, and the last one they won was 2000.
All I know, listen,
Against the Mets.
I know the Yankees print money at $360 million. What he's making there per year.
2009.
2009.
Oh. Who did they beat?
They beat the Philadelphia Phillies.
Oh, yeah.
Was Judge on that team?
No.
No.
Yeah, 2009 is the answer. Everyone's quick over there.
Yep.
He'll make $109,000 per day.
That's
says
pretty good.
Rusty. I like that. I could.
I'd play a few days.
Yeah, I'd go up there and take my swings for $109,000. That's Fact or Fiction today, brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap.
823-2212. That is the number you need to call. End of the year special from our good friend Chris Stewart. Again, 20-year service record in Birmingham. It's a patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. Keep the debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. GutterCapBirmingham.com or call 823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's GutterCap.
Our final thoughts on what we've learned today, the news that has broke during the show, and we'll agree or disagree with Connor O'Gara's Saturday Down South story. That wraps up the show next.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
We just saw one of those stats are for loser stats on the NFL Network about by Buccaneers. They are 26th in the league running their normal paced offense. They're second in the league in their hurry up like you do in the 2-minute drill. The reason that's a stupid stat is because defenses play differently at the end of the game, especially like the other night when you're up 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
So you're easy yards at that point, taking easy dump offs for big chunks of yardage. The defense doesn't care, you end up getting. That's why every stat is not equal. Odie's brings you the show, especially on Wednesdays.
Yeah, Rockstar Wednesdays mean
Trivia.
Odie's team trivia. Come join us. We get started about 8 o'clock. Me and Rocky and Will Haver get there early. Enjoy some great food from Rodney Davis. The award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. You can enjoy the fall weather outside or inside. Come out, watch a little college hoop with us tonight, and participate. Odie's team trivia. It's a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Any big news item? Judge has a contract. PJ Fleck has a contract. Brohm's to Louisville. Any big news item we need to revisit?
This is PJ Fleck, just to show you, like Lane Kiffin has now done this. PJ Fleck's 4th different contract. And what did you say? He is about to start his 7th year at Minnesota?
Yeah, he's done 6 seasons already.
And this, I believe, it will be his 4th different contract. He's 43-27, 26-26 in league.
That's pretty good at Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 500 in league at Minnesota is probably a win. 43-27.
He has more wins at Minnesota in a 6-year period than anybody since 1905.
But still, 4 contracts. Though.
And they've won a national championship somewhere along the way. I think they won a Rose Bowl and beat Alabama.
Yeah,
Maybe Alabama beat them.
He's averaged over 7 wins over the last 6 years. I mean, I would assume that's better than half. No, better than a quarter of the SEC.
Devin Leary's the number 1 rated quarterback in the portal, according to Connor O'Gara, and the desk agrees. Spencer Sanders is where Connor rates him number 2. Luginbill said earlier he instantly thought of Hugh Freeze when Spencer Sanders went in the portal. What do you think of Spencer Sanders?
I think he's a good quarterback. Again, I kind of compared him to the way he plays to Max Duggan. I mean, he's got the wheels, he's got the mobility, but I brought up Brennan Armstrong, and he said another guy that would fit into Freeze's system. I personally like Brennan Armstrong. Had a really bad year this year.
It could be interesting to see if Spencer follows what some quarterbacks do and some players did. And Max Duggan's out maybe at TCU to the NFL. Be interesting to see if Spencer Sanders goes for the Horned Frogs.
Oh, stays right there in conference, huh?
Your guy, Austin Reed, is 3rd. I mean, Martinez did it. And went right there to Kansas State. Drew Pine of Notre Dame is 4. I wonder what the market is for Drew Pine out there.
Hey, I think there's a market for him. Again, he showed flashes. Wasn't great, but a guy that's got experience.
Could be a Pittsburgh quarterback, maybe, somebody like that.
Yeah, I've already seen that Phil Jurkovec, the kid from Boston College. Jurkovec, yeah.
He's going to Pitt?
Pitt, yeah.
Yeah, he left Boston College to go to Pitt, which it's definitely a step up. Boston College is just an awful program.
I thought Jeff Hafley would do a better job with that.
Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South. DJ Uyunglele is 5th on the portal availability. He paints UCLA, Arizona State as a place to go. Brennan Armstrong 6th. Hudson Card of Texas 7. There were some reports from Mike Farrell that Georgia or Alabama could have interest in Hudson Card. I don't know if it's QB1 or QB2, but maybe some interest there.
I'm with Lance. We saw limited Hudson Card. I haven't seen anything that makes me say I want to hand my program to that guy.
I mean, if you went from Bryce Young to Hudson Card,
that's a bit of a step down.
Keaton Slovis, JT Daniels tied for 8. Haynes King is 9. Graham Mertz is 10.
I love how he basically made Keaton Slovis and JT Daniels the same guy.
Yeah.
They're the same guy. Just get one of them.
Just pick one of those guys. They're in the portal right there. Good read from Connor O'Gara. He explains it all at Saturday Down South. He told us about it yesterday on the show. Don't forget, good basketball tonight. If you're in the Florence area, Alabama State and UNA. If you're watching on TV, ESPN2 at 8. Number 5, UConn at Florida. LT thinks the Gators have a chance in that one. Pittsburgh and Vandy, if you're watching us up in Nashville, Pittsburgh and Vandy down on the Vandy campus at 8 o'clock. You can watch it on the SEC Network. All right, fun show. Tomorrow night, the Battery in Homewood for Bud Light Game Night. We'll be there 5 to 7. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.